Hey there, sleepless souls. Tonight we're telling the story behind every autumn leaf that falls and every flower that blooms in spring. The tale of a goddess who got dragged to hell and somehow became its queen. You probably think you know this one. Bad guy kidnaps innocent girl, mother throws divine tantrum, seasons get invented. But here's the thing. This myth is way stranger, darker, and honestly more fascinating than that Disney version you've got stuck in your head. We're talking about power, choice, death, and 6 pomegranate seeds that change the entire cosmos. So real quick before we descend into the Underworld together, smash that like button if mythology keeps you up at night like it does me, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what season it is there right now. I'm genuinely curious. Now kill those lights, get comfortable, and let's dive into the greatest love story ever set in the land of the dead. Because tonight we're meeting the original Queen of Darkness, and trust me, she's nothing like you've been told. So here's something wild to think about. Every time autumn rolls around and the leaves start their dramatic death spiral to the ground, every time winter hits and everything goes dormant and dead-looking, every single spring when flowers decide to show up again like they've been on vacation, the ancient Greeks had an explanation for all of it. And that explanation wasn't, well, the Earth tilts on its axis as it orbits the Sun, creating varying angles of solar radiation across different latitudes throughout the year. No. Their explanation was way better. Their explanation involved family drama on a cosmic scale, a mother's rage that could starve the entire world, and a young goddess learning that sometimes going to hell is exactly what you need to become who you're meant to be. The ancient Greeks looked at the world around them and saw patterns. Obviously, everyone sees patterns. But instead of reaching for protractors and telescopes, they reach for stories. And honestly, who can blame them? The goddess of the harvest is so depressed her daughter's in the underworld that she refuses to let anything grow, is infinitely more interesting than axial tilt equals seasonal variation in solar energy distribution. One of those explanations makes you want to take notes, and the other one makes you want to grab some wine and settle in for a tale. Because here's the thing about ancient Greek religion that modern people often miss. It wasn't really about worship in the way we think about it now. It wasn't about being good so you could go to heaven, or following commandments handed down from on high. Greek religion was transactional, practical, and deeply woven into understanding how the world actually worked. You didn't pray to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, because you wanted to be a better person. You prayed to Demeter because you wanted your crops to not die, and starving to death was generally considered bad for one's health. The gods weren't distant, abstract concepts of morality. They were explanations. They were the why behind everything from why the sea was stormy that day to why your neighbour's donkey died to why, once a year, everything turned brown and cold and genuinely horrible for months on end. And the why behind winter, behind the death of the growing season, behind the yearly cycle of growth and decay that governed literally everything about ancient agricultural life, that why was Persephone, or Kor, or actually both names, which is where things get interesting, but we'll get to that in a moment. The point is, when Greeks saw seeds going into cold ground in autumn, when they watched the world go grey and dormant, when they huddled in their homes burning whatever they could find for warmth, not exactly a 5-star experience by the way, they knew exactly what was happening. The maiden who brought spring had returned to the land of the dead, and her mother in her grief had withdrawn all her blessings from the world above. This wasn't just a cute story they told children, though they definitely did that too. This was their scientific explanation for observable phenomena. This was their meteorology, their agriculture textbook, their understanding of life cycles and seasonal change all wrapped up in one narrative package. And honestly, it worked. Did it work in the sense that it accurately described the actual astronomical and climatic mechanisms at play? No, obviously not. But it worked in the sense that it gave people a framework for understanding when to plant, when to harvest, when to prepare for the lean times, and why any of that was happening in the first place. It worked because it turned the terrifying unpredictability of nature into a story with characters you could relate to, with motivations you could understand, with a plot that repeated itself reliably every single year. The Greeks understood something that we've kind of forgotten in our age of scientific precision, that humans are storytelling creatures. We understand the world through narrative. We remember things better when they're stories. And if you want to teach someone about the agricultural calendar, about life and death cycles, about loss and return and transformation, you could do worse than telling them about a goddess who lives half the year in sunlight and half in shadow, whose very existence is split between 2 worlds, whose story is literally written in the seasons themselves. Persephone, or Core, depending on which chapter of her life we're discussing, became the living, breathing mythological explanation for why the world worked the way it did. She wasn't just a character in a story. She was the story. Every farmer planting seeds in the dark earth was reenacting her descent. Every spring flower pushing through dead winter soil was celebrating her return. Her myth wasn't separate from daily life. It was the structure that daily life was built around. The Eleusinian mysteries, the most important religious rites in ancient Greece, were entirely centered on her story, on her journey between worlds. We'll get into those mysteries later, but suffice it to say, for now, that this wasn't some niche cult. This was mainstream religion. This was Harvard and Yale and Oxford all rolled into one, if those institutions were located in one specific Greek city and involved secret ceremonies that carried the death penalty if you revealed them, which, really ups the stakes compared to modern university confidentiality agreements. But beyond the agricultural calendar, beyond the religious significance, beyond the practical applications of using this myth to structure your entire civilization's relationship with farming and food, there's something deeper going on here. Persephone's story is ultimately about transition. It's about the space between things. It's about existing in two worlds simultaneously and being fundamentally changed by that experience. She is, in the most literal sense possible, a bridge between life and death, between the world of light and growth and the world of shadow and endings. She walks between these realms not as a visitor, but as someone who belongs to both, who rules in one and brings joy to the other, who cannot be understood if you only look at half of her existence. The ancient Greeks didn't have our modern separation between the sacred and the secular, between religion and science, between myth and reality. For them, it was all one thing. The story of Persephone wasn't religious fiction that they believed despite knowing it wasn't real. It was how they understood reality. The myth was the reality, or at least the myth was the lens through which reality made sense. When winter came and the world died, that wasn't a metaphor for Persephone's absence. Persephone's absence was the explanation for winter. The story came first. The understanding came from the story. And honestly, there's something kind of beautiful about that, even if it does make for some awkward conversations with meteorologists. So when we talk about this myth explaining the world, we're not talking about ancient people making up cute fairy tales to entertain themselves during long winter nights, though they absolutely did that too. We're talking about a fundamental worldview, a way of processing and understanding existence itself. We're talking about a culture that looked at the most basic, unavoidable truth of their lives, that the world lives and dies and lives again in an endless cycle, and said, you know what? That's a goddess. That cycle is a person. That pattern has a story. And here's what happened to her. And that brings us to something fascinating, something that gets lost in a lot of modern retellings of this myth. Persephone isn't just a passive figure in her own story, some helpless victim who exists only to be rescued or mourned. She's not just a plot device to explain why we have winter. She's the embodiment of transformation itself, of the necessity of death in the cycle of life, of the power that comes from knowing darkness as intimately as you know light. She's the seed that has to be buried to grow. She's the proof that sometimes you have to descend into hell to become who you're meant to be. She's the living argument that endings and beginnings aren't opposites. They're the same thing viewed from different angles. The Greeks understood, in a way that our death-averse modern culture often doesn't, that death and life aren't enemies. They're partners. They're two sides of the same coin. You can't have growth without decay. You can't have spring without winter. You can't have life without death. And Persephone, standing at the center of it all, one foot in each world, is the personification of that profound truth. She's not tragic, though her story has tragedy in it. She's not powerless, though she was taken without her consent. She's necessary. She's the answer to the question, how does anything grow? The answer is, it dies first. It falls into darkness. It's buried. And then, if conditions are right, if the cycle continues as it should, it returns transformed. Now before we get deeper into her story, into the whole business with Hades and the pomegranate seeds and her mother's apocalyptic grief, we need to talk about names. Because Persephone isn't just called Persephone. In fact, for a significant chunk of her story, she isn't called Persephone at all. She's Core, and that name change isn't just ancient Greek bureaucracy or mythological paperwork getting updated. That name change is the whole point. That name change is how the Greeks told you, right there in what they called her, that this goddess's story is about transformation, about becoming someone new, about how the person who goes into the darkness is not the same person who comes out of it. Let's talk about those names. Let's talk about why one goddess needed 3 different titles, and what each of them tells us about who she was, who she became, and who she is now. Because honestly, if you don't understand the names, you're missing half the story. And this story is way too good to miss even a single detail. In the beginning, and when I say beginning, I mean before everything went sideways, before the earth split open, before 6 pomegranate seeds changed the cosmos, she was called Kor. Just Kor. And here's where we need to talk about ancient Greek for a moment, because unlike a lot of mythological names that are deeply significant and symbolic and loaded with meaning, Kor literally just means maiden or girl. That's it. That's the whole name. Imagine being a goddess and your name is just girl. It's the ancient Greek equivalent of being named female human or young woman. Not exactly dripping with personality, is it? But here's the thing, and this is important, that generic quality is exactly the point. Kor wasn't a name that distinguished her from anyone else. It was a name that made her like everyone else. Every young Greek girl, in a sense, was Kor. Every daughter, every maiden, every young woman in that transitional phase between childhood and adulthood, they were all Kor. The goddess who carried that name was, in some ways, representing all of them. She was the archetype, the divine version of that universal experience of being young and female and on the edge of transformation, even if you don't know it yet. Think about it from the perspective of ancient Greek society, where women's lives were pretty strictly divided into stages. You were a maiden, then you were a wife and mother, and eventually you were an elder, and each stage had its own expectations and roles and identities. That first stage, that maiden stage, that was Kor. She represented innocence, yes, but not in the way we often think about innocence now, all soft focus and naive and clueless. This was innocence in the sense of being unformed, being potential, being the before version of something. She was spring itself, if spring was a person, that moment when everything is young and fresh and hasn't yet been touched by the full weight of existence. Kor spent her days, and this is where the myth really begins, in the company of her mother Demeter and various attendant nymphs and goddesses. She picked flowers, which sounds incredibly boring when you say it like that, but remember, in Greek mythology, pretty much any time someone goes off picking flowers, something monumentally significant is about to happen. Flowers in Greek myths are like the ominous background music in horror movies. They seem innocent enough, but they're basically a giant neon sign saying everything is about to go wrong in the most dramatic way possible. The meadow where Kor spent her time, and yes, there was a specific meadow, because Greek myths love their geography, was described as absurdly beautiful. We're talking about the kind of place where Instagram influencers would kill to get content, if Instagram had existed and if phones worked in mythological realms. Every kind of flower you could imagine grew there. Roses, crocuses, violets, irises, hyacinths. Basically, if it was colourful and smelled nice, it was there. And Kor, whose name literally meant maiden, and whose personality at this point in the story was essentially innocent goddess daughter who likes flowers, wandered through this paradise completely unaware that her life was about to change in ways that would literally alter the cosmos. This is the before picture. This is Act 1 before everything gets complicated. This is Kor before she became Persephone, when she was still just the maiden, still just potential without actualization, still just the prologue to her own story. And yes, from a modern perspective, this characterization can feel kind of flat. She doesn't really do anything yet. She doesn't have much personality beyond young and innocent and likes flowers. She's more of a symbol than a character. But that's actually the point. She's supposed to be undefined at this stage, supposed to be the blank slate, supposed to be every young girl before life happens to them and they become specifically themselves. Greek mythology was really into this idea of transformation through ordeal. You weren't really yourself until you'd been tested, challenged, broken down, and rebuilt. Heroes had to go on quests. Kings had to suffer tragedies. And Kor? Kor had to go to hell. Literally. And when she came back, well, we'll get to that. But the point is, the Greeks didn't see her initial characterization as weak or boring. They saw it as necessary. You have to be Kor before you can be Persephone. You have to be the maiden before you can be the queen. You have to be unformed potential before you can be actualized power. Now, the name Persephone itself is where things get linguistically interesting and also maddeningly uncertain. Unlike Kor, which has a clear, simple meaning, Persephone's etymology is actually hotly debated by scholars, which is academic speak for, we're really not sure, but we have some interesting theories and we're going to argue about them at conferences. Some scholars think it derives from words meaning to destroy and murder, which would make her name something like destroyer or bringer of death. Other scholars think it relates to words about light or showing, which would make her name something closer to bringer of light or she who shines through darkness. And honestly, both interpretations work perfectly for who she becomes, which either means the ancient Greeks were incredibly clever with their naming, or were really good at making patterns fit our interpretations, or probably both. What we know for certain is that Persephone is the name she carries after her transformation. It's not a name she's given at birth like Cora was. It's a name she grows into, or that's given to her, or that she takes for herself. The sources vary because ancient myths weren't exactly known for their internal consistency, shocking as that may be. This is the name associated with her role as Queen of the Underworld, with her power over the dead, with her existence as something more complex and darker than a simple flower-picking maiden. This is the name that says, I am not who I was before. The shift from Cor to Persephone is, in narrative terms, perfect. It's clean, it's symbolic. It tells you everything you need to know about what happened to this goddess and how it changed her. She was the girl. She became the queen. She was unnamed potential. She became specified power. She was every maiden. She became this specific woman. The name change is the entire character arc condensed into syllables. But wait, there's more. Because Greeks, being Greeks, couldn't just have 2 names for this goddess. They needed 3. Because apparently 2 wasn't dramatic enough. The third name, or really the third title, because it's not quite the same as a name, was Despoina, which means mistress or lady. This title was used particularly in connection with her role as a mystery goddess, as the central figure in secret religious rites that we'll talk about later. Despoina wasn't used as commonly as Cor or Persephone in the myths themselves, but it shows up in religious contexts, in invocations, in the language of ritual and worship. What's interesting about Despoina is that it's a title of respect, but also a title of fear. You called her this when you were acknowledging her power, her authority, her position as a ruler over a realm that every single person would eventually enter. She wasn't just a goddess you prayed to for good harvest anymore. She was a goddess you would meet personally, inevitably, when your time came. She was the lady of the house you'd be moving into after death. And unlike other gods who you might never directly encounter, who existed in their distant Olympian realm doing whatever gods do when they're not messing with mortals, Persephone was guaranteed. Death was guaranteed. Therefore your eventual audience with the Queen of the Dead was guaranteed. So you treated her name with respect, with the kind of careful reverence you'd use for someone you really didn't want to annoy. The 3 names, Cor, Persephone, Despoina, mark 3 aspects of the same goddess. The maiden, the queen, the lady of mysteries. The before, the after, the eternal. The potential, the actualized, the revered. And this multiplicity wasn't confusing to the Greeks. It made perfect sense to them. Of course, one goddess would need multiple names. Of course, her identity would shift based on context. People contain multitudes, as the saying goes, and gods even more so. You weren't a different person at home versus at work versus at religious ceremonies, but you might be called different things, might emphasize different aspects of yourself. Why would gods be any different? But let's focus on the big transition, the main event, the name change that mattered most to the story, from Cor to Persephone. This wasn't just a casual rebranding. This wasn't like when corporations decide they need a fresh new logo and a marketing campaign. This was a fundamental shift in identity, in role, in cosmic function. And in Greek mythology, names had power. Names were important. Names were how you understood the essence of something. When the name changed, the person changed. Or maybe the person changed, and therefore the name had to change. Chicken and egg situation, really, but the point stands. Renaming in Greek mythology was always significant. Think about Heracles, originally named Alcides, whose name changed to mean glory of Hera. Even though Hera spent his entire life trying to murder him, the Greeks had a really weird sense of irony, apparently. Think about how gods themselves had multiple epithets, multiple titles, each one highlighting a different aspect of their divinity. Zeus Xenios, protector of guests. Zeus Melisios, god of appeasement. Zeus Olympios, king of the gods. Same god, different functions, different names to invoke different aspects of his power. Persephone's name change was part of this tradition, but it was also uniquely hers. Because most name changes in mythology happened as a result of some great deed or accomplishment. You did something heroic, you got a new name. You founded a city, you got a new name. You pissed off a god and got turned into a tree, you definitely got a new name, though that wasn't exactly an improvement. But Persephone? Her name change came from experiencing something, not from doing something. She was acted upon. She was taken. And yet the result was the same, a transformation so complete that she required a new identity to contain it. This gets us into uncomfortable territory, doesn't it? Because the Western tradition has really struggled with how to interpret Persephone's story. Was she a victim? Was she a willing participant? Was she kidnapped or was she initiated? Was her transformation a tragedy or a coming of age? And the answer is probably yes, all of that, depending on which version you're reading and which cultural lens you're using to interpret it. The Greeks themselves seem to have multiple takes on it, which is par for the course with mythology. Nothing was ever simple or agreed upon. If you got 5 ancient Greeks in a room to discuss a myth, you'd get 7 different versions of the story and 3 arguments about philosophy. What we can say with certainty is that the name change from Kor to Persephone marks a before and after. Before the underworld, after the underworld. Before knowledge, after knowledge. Before power, after power. The maiden becomes the queen. The potential becomes the actual. The girl who picked flowers becomes the woman who rules the dead. And there's no going back from that. Once you're Persephone, you can never be just Kor again. You can return to the surface, and she does, every spring, but you can't return to innocence. You can't unknow what you know. You can't unbecome who you've become. In some ways, the story of Kor becoming Persephone is the most relatable thing about this entire myth. Because everyone goes through this, in their own way. Everyone has a before and after. Everyone experiences something that transforms them so completely that they're not the same person anymore. Maybe it's not being dragged to the underworld by a death god, though honestly, some breakups come pretty close. Maybe it's loss, or love, or trauma, or growth, or just the accumulated weight of living and learning and being changed by experience. But we all have our moment of descent, our time in darkness, our transformation from who we thought we'd be into who we actually are. We all have our name change, even if it's invisible, even if it's only something we feel rather than something others see. And the Greeks understood this. They built it into their central myth about the cycle of life and death. They made it explicit in the goddess who explained why the world worked the way it did. Kor goes down as the maiden. Persephone comes up as the queen. And in between, in that space of transformation, in that darkness where change happens, that's where the real story lives. The question everyone always wants to ask is, did she choose this? Did she want to become Persephone? Would she have preferred to stay as Kor forever, picking flowers in eternal sunshine, never growing, never changing, never knowing the weight of a crown or the depths of the underworld? And honestly, the myth doesn't give us a clear answer to that, which is probably intentional. Because maybe the point isn't whether she chose it. Maybe the point is that transformation doesn't always ask permission. Maybe the point is that you become who you become, and then you have to decide what to do with that, how to inhabit the person you've turned into. Persephone inhabits her new identity with remarkable strength, once we get past the initial trauma of it all. She doesn't spend eternity trying to get back to being Kor. She doesn't waste her time mourning the girl she was. She becomes the queen of the underworld with apparently genuine authority and power. She rules. She judges. She shows mercy and metes out justice. She makes the underworld her own, transforms it with her presence, brings aspects of the upper world into the lower realm. She doesn't just survive her transformation, she thrives in it. She makes it work. She takes the name Persephone and makes it mean something powerful and complex and undeniable. And that's why her story resonates even now, thousands of years after the last true believer in the Greek gods made their final sacrifice. Because transformation isn't optional. Growing up isn't optional. Change isn't optional. The world will transform you whether you're ready or not, whether you consent or not, whether you think you're prepared or not. The only choice you have is what you do afterward. Do you become Persephone, or do you spend forever trying to be Kor in a world that no longer fits that identity? The ancient Greeks, who built their entire agricultural calendar around this goddess, who structured their most important religious mysteries around her story, who saw in her the explanation for why winter came and spring returned, they understood that she had to have both names. She had to be both the maiden and the queen. She had to be both Kor and Persephone. Because the myth only works if you have both. Spring only matters if winter exists. Life only means something in contrast to death. The maiden only becomes the queen through the journey between them. So when we talk about Persephone, about who she is and what she represents, we're not talking about one person or one identity. We're talking about the transition itself. We're talking about the necessity of descent. We're talking about how you have to go into darkness to understand light, how you have to be buried to grow, how you have to die to a former self to become a new one. Her 3 names, Kor the Maiden, Persephone the Queen, Despoina the Lady of Mysteries, are 3 chapters of the same story, 3 aspects of the same truth, 3 ways of describing the same necessary journey. And that journey, that transformation from Kor to Persephone, is what we're about to explore in depth. Because now that we understand who she was before and who she became after, now that we've established the significance of her names and what they represent, we can finally get into the actual story. We can finally talk about what happened to change her, about the events that took the maiden and forged her into the queen. We can talk about narcissus flowers and splitting earth, about bargains between gods and the consequences of grief, about pomegranate seeds and choices made in darkness, about a mother's love and a daughter's power and the birth of winter itself. But before we go there, before we get into the dramatic stuff, the mythology that everyone knows at least a version of, it was important to establish this foundation. Because if you don't understand that Persephone isn't just a victim in someone else's story, if you don't understand that her name change represents something profound about transformation and growth, if you don't understand that she's meant to be a bridge between worlds and not just a plot device to explain seasons, then you're going to miss the depth of what comes next. You're going to see a kidnapping and a rescue, and sure, those elements are there, but you're going to miss the initiation. You're going to miss the metamorphosis. You're going to miss the part where the girl becomes the goddess, where the maiden becomes the queen, where Kor becomes Persephone. The ancient Greeks didn't tell this story simply to explain why it gets cold in winter. They told it to explain something deeper about existence, about change, about the necessity of experiencing darkness to appreciate light. They told it because they understood that life and death aren't opposites but partners, that growth requires descent, that wisdom comes from surviving transformation. They told it because every person who heard it could see themselves in Kor, could understand the fear and necessity of becoming someone new, could relate to the experience of losing innocence and gaining power in the same moment. And they called her Persephone, bringer of light through darkness, destroyer and illuminator, the one who shines even in the realm of the dead, because that's who she became. Not Kor, not just a maiden picking flowers in an eternal spring, but Persephone, queen of the underworld, guardian of souls, goddess of the mysteries, embodiment of the cycle of death and rebirth that governs all of existence. That name wasn't just a label, it was a declaration. It was a statement of identity and power and transformation completed. It was the after written into language, the proof that she had descended and returned, had died to her old self and been reborn into something stronger, had taken the worst thing that could happen and turned it into sovereignty. So when we use her name, when we say Persephone rather than Kor, we're acknowledging all of that. We're acknowledging the journey, the transformation, the power gained through surviving darkness. We're acknowledging that she's more than the sum of her parts, more than either the maiden or the queen, more than innocence lost or wisdom gained. We're acknowledging that she is the living embodiment of change itself, of the necessity of descent, of the power that comes from knowing both worlds and belonging fully to neither and somehow belonging to both. And that's who we're about to follow into the depths. That's whose story we're about to tell. Not just Kor, the innocent flower picker, not just Persephone, the dread queen, but both, and neither, and everything in between. The goddess of transformation itself, the bridge between life and death, the explanation for why the world dies and lives again, the proof that you can descend into hell and come back not just alive, but powerful. So now that we know who she is, now that we understand the significance of her names, the meaning of her transformation, the depth of her role in Greek cosmology, we can finally tell her story properly. We can finally talk about what happened in that meadow, about who was watching, about what deal was struck and what price was paid. We can talk about the god who lived alone in darkness and the maiden who brought light, about the mother who would rather see the world starve than lose her daughter, about the 6 seeds that changed everything. But we'll talk about all of that with the understanding that this isn't just a story about kidnapping and rescue, about victimization and salvation. This is a story about transformation, about the journey from maiden to queen, about becoming Persephone when all you've ever been is Kor. This is a story about the necessity of descent, the power of darkness, and the eternal cycle of death and rebirth that makes life possible at all. The ancient Greeks built their civilization around this story. They structured their year around it, their agriculture around it, their most sacred religious mysteries around it. And they did that because they understood something profound, that change is inevitable, that transformation is necessary, that you cannot grow without first being buried, that light only matters if you've known darkness, that spring only feels like miracle if you've survived winter. Persephone, by any of her names, is all of that made divine. She's the pattern-given personality, the cycle-given consciousness, the inevitable transformation given narrative form. She's every person who has ever had to descend into their own underworld and find a way to survive it, to own it, to emerge from it changed and somehow stronger for the changing. And her story, which we're about to tell, is the blueprint for that transformation. It's the guide for how to survive your own descent. It's the proof that you can go to hell and come back as someone more powerful than the person who went in. It's the promise that winter ends, that spring returns, that the dead earth lives again, that Kor becomes Persephone and the world keeps turning because of it. So let's go there. Let's follow her down. Let's watch as the earth splits open and the maiden falls into darkness and everything changes in ways that ripple forward through eternity. Let's see how a girl who picked flowers became the queen of the dead, how innocence transformed into power, how a name changed and with it, the entire cosmos. Because that's what this story is really about. Not kidnapping. Not rescue. Not even really about explaining seasons, though it does that too. This story is about metamorphosis itself, about the painful, necessary, inevitable process of becoming who you actually are. It's about descending into your own underworld, surviving it, and emerging with a new name that actually fits the person you've become. It's about Kor becoming Persephone. And honestly, that's more profound than any explanation for winter could ever be. The symbolism of renaming in Greek mythology runs deeper than just a narrative device, or a convenient way to mark character development. It was woven into the fabric of their entire cultural understanding of identity and transformation. When a girl got married in ancient Greece, she underwent a series of rituals that symbolically killed her old identity and birthed her into a new one. She would dedicate her childhood toys to Artemis, the virgin goddess. She would bathe in sacred waters. She would cut her hair. She would essentially become a different person in the eyes of society, moving from one clearly defined category into another. The maiden became the wife. Kor became, well, someone else. Someone with different responsibilities, different expectations, different roles in the household and the city-state. Sound familiar? The myth of Persephone was essentially the divine version of what every Greek woman experienced, except with more drama and the addition of actual gods making questionable decisions. Every bride was Kor on her wedding day, leaving her mother's house and entering her husband's domain, entering a new world with new rules where she would have new powers but also new constraints. The Greeks saw this parallel clearly, which is why Persephone's story was so central to women's religious rites, why brides would make offerings to her, why the transition from maiden to wife was explicitly connected to the goddess who made the ultimate transition from one world to another. But let's be clear about something important here. The myth of Persephone isn't just for women, isn't just about female coming of age, even though that's how it was primarily used in ancient Greek religious practice. The deeper truth of the story, the necessity of transformation, the inevitability of descent, the journey from innocence to experience, that's universal. Everyone has their underworld moment. Everyone has their transition from who they were to who they become. Everyone experiences that death of the old self that's necessary before the new self can emerge. The Greeks just happened to tell this particular version of that universal story through the lens of a goddess, because gods were how they explained everything. And the thing about gods in Greek mythology is that they were remarkably human in a lot of ways. They had emotions, conflicts, desires, jealousies. They made mistakes. They held grudges. They fell in love unwisely and made decisions based on anger or lust or pride. They were basically humans with superpowers and immortality, which is probably the worst possible combination from a cosmic safety perspective. But they were also something more than human. They were principles, patterns, embodiments of fundamental truths about existence. Zeus wasn't just a king who happened to be immortal. He was kingship itself, authority itself, the principle of rule made divine. Aphrodite wasn't just a beautiful woman. She was beauty itself, desire itself, the force of attraction given personality. And Persephone? She was transformation itself. She was the bridge between worlds. She was the proof that you could contain contradictions, that you could be both maiden and queen, both innocent and knowing, both the flower and the root. She was the living embodiment of the cycle that governs all existence, growth and decay, life and death, descent and return. Her 3 names weren't just titles or epithets. They were 3 ways of describing 3 aspects of the same fundamental pattern, 3 angles from which to view the same essential truth. The name Core captured her as pure potential, as the before state, as the innocent beginning before complication enters. Every story needs a beginning, and Core was that beginning. The girl in the meadow, the daughter under her mother's protection, the goddess who hadn't yet learned what she was capable of becoming. She was spring in its earliest form, that moment when flowers first push through soil and everything is new and untested and vulnerable. She was every person before their defining moment, before their life changes, before they learn who they really are beneath the surface they've shown the world. The name Persephone captured her as actualized power, as the afterstate, as the queen who rules a realm that even other gods fear to enter too casually. She was the completion of the transformation, the end result of the journey, the proof that you can survive your own descent and come out the other side wielding authority that no one can question. She was deep winter, that time when the world seems dead but is actually just dormant, gathering strength beneath the surface, preparing for return. She was every person after their defining moment, after they've been broken down and rebuilt, after they've learned that they're stronger than they thought, and darker than they hoped, and more complex than anyone gave them credit for. And the name Despoina? That captured her as eternal mystery, as the goddess who knows secrets that the living cannot comprehend, who has walked in realms that songs cannot fully describe, who embodies paradoxes that philosophy struggles to contain. She was the unknowable element, the part of the story that couldn't be told, the truth that had to be experienced rather than explained. She was the goddess of the Eleusinian mysteries, the central figure in rites so sacred that initiates would literally rather die than reveal what they'd seen and learned. And we'll talk about those mysteries in detail later, but for now, just understand that Despoina represented the aspect of Persephone that transcended narrative entirely, that existed in ritual and experience rather than in myth and story. 3 names, 3 faces, 3 ways of understanding the same divine truth. The Greeks were comfortable with this kind of multiplicity in ways that modern Western culture often isn't. We like things clearly defined, clearly categorized, clearly separate. But the Greeks understood that important things are always multiple, always contain contradictions, always need to be viewed from various angles to be properly understood. Their gods had countless epithets for this exact reason. You didn't just pray to Apollo, you prayed to Apollo Musigetes if you needed help with music, or Apollo Iatros if you needed healing, or Apollo Phoebus if you were invoking his solar aspects. Same god, different facets, different names highlighting different functions. Persephone's 3 names worked the same way, except they also marked a progression, a journey, a transformation over time. Core was the past. Persephone was the present and future. Despoina was the eternal, the aspect that existed outside of time in the realm of mystery and sacred knowledge. Together they told the complete story of who this goddess was, is, and will always be. Now here's something interesting that often gets lost in modern retellings. The Greeks didn't see Persephone's transformation as entirely negative, despite the traumatic nature of how it began. Yes, she was taken without consent. We'll get into all of that in excruciating detail soon enough. Yes, her mother was devastated. Yes, the earth nearly died from the consequences of one god's actions. But the end result? The end result was that Persephone became one of the most powerful goddesses in the entire pantheon. She went from being Demeter's daughter, defined primarily by her relationship to her mother, to being the queen of the underworld, defined by her own authority and power. She went from picking flowers to judging the dead. She went from being protected to being feared. That's not nothing. The ancient Greeks, who loved a good tragedy but also understood the necessity of suffering in creating character, saw this transformation as necessary. Painful, yes. Traumatic, absolutely. But necessary. You couldn't have the queen of the underworld without the journey that created her. You couldn't have the goddess who mediated between life and death without someone who had experienced that transition personally, who had died to her old self and been reborn into her new role. The descent wasn't just something that happened to Persephone, it was what made her Persephone. Remove that element and you don't have the same goddess. You don't have the same story. You don't have the same profound truth about transformation and power, and the necessity of experiencing darkness. This is why the name change matters so much. It's not just a detail, not just a mythological footnote. It's the thesis statement of the entire narrative. The girl became the queen. The innocent became the knowing. Core became Persephone. And in becoming Persephone, she became essential to the functioning of the cosmos itself. She became the explanation for seasons, yes, but more than that, she became the embodiment of death and rebirth, the living proof that endings and beginnings are the same thing, the guarantee that winter leads to spring and spring to summer, and summer to autumn and autumn to winter, in an eternal cycle that gives structure and meaning to existence. When ancient Greeks looked at their world, and remember, most of them were farmers or directly dependent on agriculture for survival, they didn't see random weather patterns and arbitrary temperature changes. They saw Persephone's story playing out every single year. They saw her descent in autumn, when she left the world of light and growth and returned to the underworld to reign beside Hades. They saw Demeter's grief in winter, when the goddess of agriculture withdrew her blessings and let the world go cold and dormant. They saw Persephone's return in spring, when she came back to the surface and her mother's joy made the earth bloom again. And they saw the fullness of growth in summer, when Persephone spent her time with Demeter and everything flourished under their combined influence. This wasn't metaphor to them. This was explanation. This was understanding. This was knowing why the world worked the way it did. And at the centre of it all was a goddess with 3 names, each one marking a different aspect of her identity, each one essential to understanding the complete picture of who she was and what she represented. Let's think about how radical this actually is. The Greeks took one of the most fundamental patterns in nature, the seasonal cycle, the death and rebirth of the growing season, and they said, that's a person. That pattern is a goddess. And here's her story. They personified an abstract cycle and made it concrete, made it emotional, made it relatable. They turned plants go dormant in winter and bloom in spring, into a mother grieves for her daughter half the year and rejoices in her presence the other half. They turned agricultural observation into divine drama. They turned natural philosophy into mythology so compelling that people built temples to it, held sacred ceremonies about it, structured their entire year around commemorating it. And the genius of using Persephone specifically, of making this pattern a goddess who transforms, who has multiple names, who exists in multiple worlds, is that it captures something essential about how cycles actually work. Cycles aren't just repetition, they're transformation. What dies in autumn isn't the same thing that blooms in spring. The seed that goes into the ground is destroyed in the process of germination. It has to break apart, has to die as a seed in order to become a plant. That's not metaphorical death. That's actual death of the seed form followed by rebirth into plant form. Same genetic material, completely different structure and function. Persephone embodies that truth. She dies as core, not physically but in every way that matters. The girl in the meadow picking flowers ceases to exist. That person is gone, destroyed by the transformation that turns her into something else. And what emerges is Persephone, the queen, the goddess who has known death intimately enough to rule over it. She's the same being, the same divine essence, but she's been restructured, refunctioned, reborn into a form that couldn't exist without the destruction of what came before. This is heavy stuff, right? This is the kind of philosophical depth that makes you realize why the Greeks spent so much time sitting around talking about their myths. Because these weren't just entertaining stories, though they were definitely that too. These were frameworks for understanding existence, templates for making sense of the world, guides for navigating the experience of being alive and mortal and subject to changes you can't control. And here's something else interesting. The Greeks understood that Persephone's story wasn't just about her individual transformation. It was about the necessity of that transformation for the world to function. Without Persephone descending to the underworld, there would be no winter, and without winter, there would be no spring. Without the dormant period, without the death of the old growth, without the cold darkness that seems like ending, without all of that, there couldn't be rebirth. The cycle requires both halves. You can't have eternal summer. Well, you could, but it wouldn't actually be summer anymore if there was nothing to contrast it with. It would just be existence, one unchanging state. No growth because nothing ever dies to make room for new growth. No harvest because nothing ever gets planted in frozen ground. No appreciation for warmth because cold never comes. Persephone's transformation from core to queen wasn't just personally significant. It was cosmically necessary. The world needed her to change. The cycle needed her to descend. Spring needed winter to give it meaning, and winter needed Persephone to give it explanation. She wasn't just a victim of circumstance who happened to get caught up in divine politics, though again, that element is definitely there. She was the linchpin of creation itself, the goddess whose dual existence made life possible in the form that humans recognized and depended on. Think about what this meant for how Greeks viewed change and transformation in their own lives. If the goddess who explained their entire agricultural system, who gave structure to their year, who was central to their most sacred religious mysteries, if that goddess's defining characteristic was transformation through descent, through experiencing darkness, through dying to an old self and being reborn into a new one, then transformation wasn't something to be feared or avoided. It was necessary. It was natural. It was in fact divine. This doesn't mean they thought transformation was easy or painless. The myth makes it very clear that Persephone's transformation involved trauma, loss, grief, and fundamental change that couldn't be reversed. But it also makes clear that the result was power, authority, wisdom, and a crucial role in the cosmos. The pain was real. The growth was also real. Both could be true simultaneously. Both were true simultaneously. That's the whole point. Modern culture, especially Western culture, has this weird relationship with transformation, where we want all the benefits without any of the difficulty. We want to grow without pain, change without loss, become new people while somehow remaining exactly who we've always been. We want spring without winter, and the Greek myth of Persephone stands there like a big cosmic nope to that entire mindset. It says transformation requires descent. Growth requires death of the old form. Power requires surviving darkness. You don't get to be the queen of the underworld without going to the underworld. You don't get to be Persephone without stopping being core. Those are the rules. Those have always been the rules. Those will always be the rules. And the Greeks, who built an entire religious system around these myths, who made them central to how they understood and interacted with the world, who passed these stories down for generations as essential wisdom about existence, they got it. They understood that you can't avoid transformation. You can only choose how you respond to it. You can resist it and break, or you can move through it and become something new. You can spend forever trying to be core in a world that no longer fits that identity, or you can learn to inhabit the name Persephone with all the power and pain and complexity that comes with it. The three names of the goddess aren't just a mythological detail. They're a roadmap. They're the before, during, and after of transformation. They're the guide for how to survive your own descent and emerge not just intact, but powerful. They're the proof that change doesn't destroy you, it reconstructs you. And sometimes, the person you become is someone you never could have imagined being back when you were just core, just the innocent beginning, just the maiden in the meadow picking flowers and thinking that was all there was to existence. Because here's the secret that Persephone's three names reveal. You contain all your versions. You're not just who you are now. You're also who you were and who you will be. You're the maiden and the queen and the mystery. You're core and Persephone and Despoina all at once, even if the world only sees one name at a time, even if you only embody one aspect in any given moment. The transformation doesn't erase the past, it builds on it. Persephone couldn't be the queen without having been the maiden first. The power comes from the journey, not just from the destination. And that's something the ancient Greeks understood in their bones, in their rituals, in their yearly cycle of festivals and celebrations that followed Persephone's journey from surface to underworld and back again. They understood that identity isn't fixed. It's fluid. It changes. And those changes, especially the big ones, the transformative ones, the ones that feel like dying to who you were, those changes are what make you capable of everything you're meant to become. So when we talk about Persephone's three names, we're not just talking about a goddess with multiple titles. We're talking about a framework for understanding transformation itself. We're talking about how you survive change. We're talking about why descent is necessary. We're talking about the difference between innocence and wisdom, between potential and actualization, between the person you start as and the person you become. We're talking about every person who has ever had to descend into their own personal underworld. And let's be honest, that's everyone. And figure out how to emerge from it not just alive, but powerful. Kore, Persephone, Despoina, the maiden, the queen, the lady of mysteries. Three names for three aspects of one truth. Transformation is inevitable, descent is necessary, and what emerges from darkness is always more powerful than what went in. That's the lesson. That's the wisdom. That's what the ancient Greeks were trying to tell anyone who would listen, encoded in the story of a goddess with three names and a journey between worlds. And now that we understand that, now that we've unpacked the significance of those names, now that we've explored what they mean and why they matter, we can finally get into the actual story. We can talk about what happened in that meadow with the narcissus flowers. We can talk about the god who lived alone in darkness and made a decision that changed everything. We can talk about the mother who would rather see the world starve than accept the loss of her daughter. We can talk about those 6 pomegranate seeds and the choice that bound Persephone to the underworld forever, or half of forever, depending on how you count it. But we'll talk about all of that knowing what we know now, that this isn't just a story about kidnapping and rescue. It's a story about transformation, about the journey from core to Persephone, about becoming someone new in the depths of darkness, and learning to wield the power that comes from surviving that transformation. It's about 3 names, 3 identities, 3 aspects of the same divine truth about what it means to change, to grow, to descend and return, and never be quite the same again. The ancient Greeks built their civilization around this story because they understood something profound. That change is the only constant, that transformation is inevitable, that you will be tested and broken and rebuilt, and the person who emerges from that process will need a new name because the old one no longer fits. They understood that Kore had to become Persephone, that the maiden had to become the queen, that the flower-picking girl had to descend into hell and learn to rule it. And they understood that this wasn't tragedy. It was necessity. It was growth. It was the pattern of existence itself, the cycle of death and rebirth that makes life possible, the transformation that seems like ending but is actually beginning, the descent that feels like destruction but is actually initiation into power you never knew you could possess. That's what Persephone's 3 names teach us. That's what her story illuminates. That's what we're about to explore in depth, the transformation of Kore into Persephone, the birth of the queen of the underworld, the creation of the goddess who explains winter and embodies the mystery of death and rebirth. The story of how a girl picking flowers became a queen ruling the dead, and how that transformation, painful as it was, gave structure and meaning to the entire cosmos. So let's go there. Let's follow Kore into that meadow on what seems like an ordinary day. Let's watch as she reaches for a narcissus flower and everything changes. Let's see the earth split open and the god of the underworld emerge and the maiden fall into darkness. Let's witness the transformation firsthand, the moment when Kore ceases to exist and Persephone begins. Let's see how 3 names came to belong to one goddess, and how that goddess became the explanation for why the world lives and dies and lives again in an eternal cycle that we call seasons, but the Greeks called divine truth made manifest. Now that we understand who Persephone was and what her transformation meant, we need to talk about the other half of this equation. We need to talk about Hades, and here's where things get complicated, because Hades might be the most spectacularly misunderstood figure in all of Greek mythology, which is saying something considering how many gods in this pantheon have serious PR problems. But Hades got it worse than most, and a lot of that misunderstanding comes from centuries of people looking at Greek mythology through a Christian lens and deciding that the god of the underworld must be the Greek version of Satan. Spoiler alert, he absolutely wasn't. Not even close. Not even in the same cosmic neighborhood as that comparison. Let's start with the basics, because if we're going to understand why Hades did what he did, and we'll get to that whole situation with Persephone shortly, we need to understand who he actually was, not who 2,000 years of cultural telephone have turned him into. Hades was one of the 3 brothers who divided up the cosmos after overthrowing their father, Kronos, in what was essentially a divine coup that makes modern political upheavals look tame by comparison. Zeus got the sky, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades got the underworld. And yes, if you're keeping score, that does seem like Hades drew the short straw in the cosmic real estate division. The sky is generally pleasant, the sea has its charms, and the underworld is, well, full of dead people. Not exactly prime vacation property. But here's the thing that modern retellings often miss. Hades didn't get cheated. The underworld wasn't a consolation prize or a punishment. It was one of the 3 major realms of existence, and it needed a ruler just as much as the sky and sea did. Someone had to govern the dead, had to maintain order in the afterlife, had to ensure that souls went where they were supposed to go and stayed there. This wasn't a job for someone incompetent or someone being punished. This was a crucial role in the functioning of the cosmos. Death is, unfortunately for everyone involved, pretty much inevitable for mortals, which means the realm of the dead was actually going to be way more populated than Olympus ever would be. Hades wasn't ruling over some minor backwater, he was governing the ultimate destination of every human who ever lived. That's not a demotion. That's arguably the most important administrative position in the entire divine bureaucracy. The Greeks understood this, even if later cultures didn't. Hades wasn't feared because he was evil. He was feared because he was inevitable. Everyone was going to meet him eventually. That's not a threat, that's just a fact of existence. You could potentially live your whole life without attracting Zeus's attention or Poseidon's wrath, but Hades? Hades was guaranteed. Death comes for everyone, which means everyone ends up in his realm eventually. That's not villainy. That's just job description. And this is where we need to talk about the fundamental difference between the Greek underworld and the Christian concept of hell, because confusing these two things has done more damage to Hades' reputation than anything else. They are not the same. Not even remotely. Not even slightly. The Christian hell, at least in its most common interpretations, is a place of eternal punishment for sins committed during life. It's administered by a being, Satan, the devil, whatever you want to call him, who is fundamentally opposed to good, who rebelled against God, who represents evil itself. Hell is where bad people go to suffer forever because they were bad. It's a moral punishment for moral failings. That's the basic framework, with obviously a lot of variation depending on which specific theological tradition you're consulting. The Greek underworld? Completely different concept. Totally different purpose. Not even in the same philosophical category. The Greek underworld was simply where everyone went when they died. Everyone. Good people, bad people, heroes, cowards, saints, sinners, didn't matter. Death was the great equalizer, and the underworld was the great destination. There was no escape clause for being virtuous. There was no fast pass to a better afterlife just because you'd been nice to your neighbours. You died, you went to the underworld, end of story. The only variable was which part of the underworld you ended up in, and we'll get to that geographical detail in a moment. Hades, therefore, wasn't punishing anyone. He wasn't torturing souls for entertainment or operating some kind of divine prison system for cosmic criminals. He was simply the administrator of the realm where dead people went. He was, to use a deeply inadequate modern comparison, more like the manager of an enormous governmental department than like some evil overlord gleefully inflicting suffering. His job was to maintain order, ensure the smooth operation of the afterlife, and make sure that dead people stayed dead and didn't go wandering back to the mortal world causing problems. Which, in Greek mythology, was apparently a real concern because the boundaries between life and death were more permeable than you'd think, and there were always heroes trying to sneak into the underworld to rescue someone, or prove their courage, or whatever heroes did when they got bored of regular mortal adventures. The underworld itself had different sections, and this is important because it shows that the Greeks had a more nuanced view of the afterlife than just everyone suffers forever. There was Elysium, also called the Elysian Fields, which was basically paradise. This is where heroes and people favoured by the gods ended up. It was described as a place of perfect happiness, ideal weather. Apparently even the afterlife has climate zones, who knew, and eternal pleasant existence. Then there was Asphodel Meadows, which was where most people ended up. It wasn't particularly good or particularly bad. It was just existence. A neutral afterlife for neutral people. Think of it as the cosmic equivalent of a massive waiting room where nothing much happens but nothing terrible happens either. Not exactly thrilling, but not torture. And then yes, there was Tartarus. This was the bad place, the Greek version of hell if we're going to make any comparison at all. But here's the crucial detail. Tartarus wasn't for regular people who'd been kind of jerky during their lives. It wasn't for petty criminals or people who'd lied or cheated or been generally unpleasant. Tartarus was for people who had seriously catastrophically offended the gods. We're talking about people like Tantalus, who killed his own son and served him to the gods as food to test their omniscience, which, you know, probably seemed like a good idea at the time but turned out to be spectacularly poor judgment. We're talking about Sisyphus, who cheated death multiple times and generally thought he was cleverer than the gods, which never ends well. We're talking about the Titans who'd fought against the Olympians. These weren't regular sinners. These were cosmic criminals who'd committed offences so severe that they required eternal punishment. For everyone else, for the vast majority of humanity who lived and died without attracting divine attention or committing any reality-breaking offences, the afterlife was either pretty good if you'd been heroic, or just sort of meh if you'd been average. And that was under Hades' administration. He wasn't actively punishing everyone. He was maintaining the system. There's a massive difference between being the warden of a facility where some of the inmates are being punished and being the evil architect of a torture dimension. Hades was the former, not the latter. But 2,000 years of cultural drift and Christian influence have really muddied those waters in the popular imagination. Here's another thing that gets lost in translation, both literally and figuratively. Hades wasn't even primarily associated with death itself in Greek mythology. That was Thanatos' job. Thanatos was literally the personification of death, the one who actually came to collect souls when their time was up. Hades was the king of where those souls went afterward. He was concerned with the dead, not with the dying. He didn't go around causing deaths or celebrating mortality. He just administered the realm where mortality ended up. It's like confusing the person who runs the DMV with the person who manufactures cars. They're involved in related systems, but they have completely different functions and neither of them is actually evil, just bureaucratic. Though I suppose some people might argue those are the same thing. The Greeks actually had a fairly positive view of Hades in a lot of ways. Yes, they feared him, but that fear was mixed with respect. He was called Pluton sometimes, which relates to wealth, because everything valuable comes from the earth. Precious metals, gems, the harvest that grows from seeds planted in soil. The underworld was literally under the world, under the earth, and therefore Hades had dominion over all that hidden wealth. He wasn't poor or diminished in his role. He was actually incredibly wealthy, if you measured wealth in terms of both material resources and, the sheer number of souls under his jurisdiction. Every human who'd ever died was technically his subject. That's not a small constituency. He was also seen as a god of justice and order, which makes sense when you think about his role. The afterlife needed to be organized. Souls needed to be sorted, judged, assigned to their proper locations. This required a systematic approach, fairness in application of whatever rules governed the afterlife, and the kind of administrative competence that keeps a realm of countless millions of dead people from descending into chaos. Hades was good at this job. By all accounts, in the myths, the underworld ran smoothly under his governance. There weren't complaints about mismanagement or corruption, or souls ending up in the wrong places because of divine incompetence. Hades did his job, and he did it well, which is more than can be said for some of the other Olympians who spent half their time feuding with each other, and the other half causing problems for mortals because they were bored. In fact, if you actually read the Greek myths carefully, Hades is probably one of the most responsible, level-headed gods in the entire pantheon. He doesn't go around seducing mortals every other week like Zeus. He doesn't flood cities because someone didn't show him proper respect like Poseidon. He doesn't start wars for fun like Ares or cause people to fall in love with inappropriate partners for entertainment like Aphrodite. He just does his job. He stays in his realm, he governs the dead, he maintains order. He's actually kind of boring by Olympian standards, which should tell you something about Olympian standards if the god of the underworld is the boring responsible one. But here's where we get to the heart of why Hades' story intersects with Persephone's, and why understanding his character is crucial to understanding their myth. Hades was alone. Profoundly, cosmically, eternally alone. And this wasn't just regular loneliness, the kind where you wish you had more friends or someone to talk to on Friday nights. This was the loneliness of being the only living being in a realm of the dead, the only god in a place where other gods didn't want to visit, the only conscious entity in an entire dimension of existence, populated by shadows and memories and souls who'd left their full personalities behind with their bodies. Think about what his existence was actually like. His brothers got to hang out on Olympus, attending feasts, having affairs, getting into arguments, interfering in mortal affairs, basically living it up in the divine equivalent of an eternal house party. The other gods had each other. They had interactions, relationships, conflicts, resolutions. They had society. Hades had the dead, and while the dead needed governing, they weren't exactly great conversationalists. Greek souls in the underworld were described as shades, diminished versions of their living selves, lacking the full vitality and personality they'd had in life. They were echoes, not people. Imagine being surrounded by thousands, millions of echoes all the time, forever, with no one who could really talk back to you, no one who was fully present, no one who existed on your level of consciousness and awareness. His job required him to stay in the underworld most of the time. He couldn't just pop up to Olympus whenever he felt like socializing. Someone had to mind the store, so to speak, and that someone was him. The realm of the dead didn't get vacation days. There was no cosmic substitute teacher who could take over while Hades went to a festival or a wedding, or just got some fresh air and sunlight for a change. He was there, in the darkness, in the silence broken only by the whispers of shades, ruling over a kingdom that was absolutely necessary, but that no one else wanted anything to do with. Other gods feared the underworld. They didn't like visiting it. In the myths, when heroes go to the underworld, it's always treated as this incredibly dangerous, difficult journey that requires special permission or magical assistance or divine intervention. The place was literally called the Unseen Realm sometimes. They had euphemisms for it because directly naming it or talking about it was considered unlucky. People would avert their eyes and change the subject when discussing death or the afterlife. And Hades lived there, all the time, in the place that everyone else avoided thinking about, talking about, or visiting if they could possibly help it. This isolation wasn't a minor inconvenience. It was a fundamental condition of his existence. He was necessary but unwanted, essential but avoided, powerful but alone. The other gods had lovers, plural. They had affairs and children and complicated relationship dramas that spawned dozens of myths. Hades had his job and his realm, and that was it. He was faithful to his role in a way that none of the other Olympians were, and his reward for that faithfulness was isolation. He was the responsible one, the one who stayed at his post, the one who didn't shirk his duties or cause problems, and what he got for all that responsibility was an eternity of being alone in the dark with only the dead for company. Now, the Greeks didn't exactly write therapy notes for their gods, so we're reading between the lines here a bit, but the isolation is there in every version of the myth. It's there in the fact that Hades is described as grim, stern, unyielding, not cruel but not warm either. It's there in the fact that he rarely leaves his realm even when he technically could. It's there in the descriptions of the underworld itself, which is consistently portrayed as dark, grey, shadowy, colourless, the opposite of the vibrant world above or the gleaming halls of Olympus. It's there in his title, the Unseen One, the Wealthy One, the Host to Many. All these euphemisms dancing around directly naming him because even his name was something people avoided. That's not the profile of a god who's living his best life and enjoying his position. And this is crucial context for understanding what happens next in the story, for understanding why Hades made the choice he made regarding Persephone. Because yes, we're going to get to the whole abduction situation, and yes, it's going to be complicated and uncomfortable, and we're not going to shy away from that. But it's important to understand that Hades wasn't some evil villain twirling his moustache and plotting how to make everyone miserable. He was a god who'd spent eternity doing his job faithfully, maintaining order in the cosmos, ruling responsibly over a realm that no one else wanted, living in isolation that none of the other gods had to endure, and getting basically no appreciation or companionship in return. Does that excuse what he did? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about consent and power and choices and all the ways this myth can be interpreted. But it's important to know who Hades actually was, not the Christian devil in Greek clothing, not some evil deity who delighted in suffering, but a god of justice and order who happened to rule over death and who was profoundly, terribly alone in that role. He wasn't evil. He was isolated. And isolation, as any psychologist will tell you, does things to a person's judgment, even if that person is an immortal god with power over the entire realm of the dead. The contrast between Hades and his brothers is actually kind of staggering when you line it up. Zeus, king of the gods, had approximately 1 million children with various partners, both divine and mortal, and spent most of his mythological appearances either sleeping with someone new or dealing with the consequences of having slept with someone previously. Poseidon wasn't quite as prolific, but he had his share of affairs and children and dramatic relationships. Both of them had consorts, lovers, companions. Both of them had conflict and resolution, relationships that evolved and changed, emotional complexity that came from actually interacting with other conscious beings who could challenge them, or charm them, or argue with them. Hades had none of that. Before Persephone, and we're still in the before times here, still setting up context, Hades had no consort, no companions, no emotional entanglements of any kind that we know of from the myths. He was the faithful one, the constant one, the one who stayed at his post while his brothers played. And that faithfulness cost him everything that makes existence bearable. It cost him companionship, warmth, joy, change, growth, the possibility of love. He was trapped in his responsibility, imprisoned by his duty, isolated by his role. The king of the underworld was also its prisoner. Now, the Greeks valued different things than we do in modern Western culture. They didn't necessarily see isolation as the worst possible fate. They didn't have the same emphasis on individual happiness and emotional fulfillment that we tend to prioritize now. But even by their standards, Hades' situation was recognized as being pretty grim. He's described with sympathy in some texts, portrayed as stern but not evil, harsh but not cruel, unwavering but not tyrannical. The picture that emerges is of a god who's been hardened by his circumstances, who's learned not to expect joy or warmth because his entire existence precludes those things, who's become the embodiment of his realm, unchanging, dark, isolated, but absolutely necessary for the cosmos to function. This is who sees Persephone. This is the context for what happens next. A god who's spent eternity alone in the dark, who's been faithful to his duty at the cost of everything else, who's watched his brothers enjoy the fullness of existence while he maintains order in a realm of shadows. This god sees a young goddess picking flowers in a sunlit meadow and everything changes. For both of them. For the cosmos itself. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We needed to establish who Hades actually was, to clear away the centuries of misunderstanding and cultural overlay that have transformed him from a responsible but isolated god of the dead into some kind of Greek Satan. He wasn't evil, he was alone. And there's a particular kind of desperation that comes from that depth of isolation, a desperation that can make even gods make choices that ripple through eternity and create consequences that literally change how the world works. The Greeks understood that gods were powerful but not perfect, capable but not always wise, immortal but not immune to suffering. Hades suffered. His suffering was quieter than the dramatic agonies of other mythological figures, less obvious than physical torture or divine punishment, but it was suffering nonetheless. The slow erosion of hope that comes from endless days in darkness, the gradual hardening that happens when you're never touched by warmth or light, the emotional calcification that results from having no one to talk to, no one to share with, no one who exists on your level and can truly see you. He was the god of the dead, but in a very real sense he was also dying himself, not physically because gods don't die in that way, but spiritually, emotionally, dying by inches from the sheer weight of isolation and duty and darkness. The Underworld was his kingdom, yes, but it was also his cage. He ruled everything and had nothing. He was the wealthiest of the gods in material terms and the poorest in everything that actually matters. And that's the god who's about to make a choice that changes everything. That's the being who's about to take an action that will create winter, transform a maiden into a queen, and give us one of the most complex and controversial myths in all of Greek mythology. Not an evil villain, but a desperately lonely god who sees a chance at companionship and takes it. Consequences be damned. Not Satan, but Hades, misunderstood, isolated, faithful to his duty even as that duty destroys any chance he has at the kind of existence his brothers take for granted. We need to remember all of this as we move forward in the story. We need to hold space for the complexity here, for the fact that someone can be both sympathetic and wrong, understandable and inexcusable, deserving of compassion and in need of accountability. Hades is all of those things simultaneously. He's not the villain of this story, but he's not exactly the hero either. He's just a god who made a choice born from isolation and desperation, and that choice had consequences that echoed through the cosmos and created the seasonal cycle that governs all of life. The Greeks didn't do simple morality tales. They didn't do clear-cut good guys and bad guys. They did complicated characters making choices in difficult circumstances and then having to live with those choices forever. Hades is the perfect embodiment of that approach. He's nuanced, contradictory, sympathetic and problematic all at once. He's exactly the kind of character that makes mythology so much more interesting than simple fairy tales. He's real in his complexity, even though he's a god who never existed. And he's about to meet Persephone. The god of death and isolation is about to encounter the goddess of spring and transformation. Darkness is about to collide with light. The ending is about to meet the beginning. And from that collision, from that meeting, from that moment when Hades makes his choice and Persephone's life changes forever, from that we get winter. We get the death of the growing season. We get the cycle of descent and return that explains everything about how the world works. But first we needed to understand Hades. We needed to see him clearly, without the distorting lens of centuries of Christian influence, without the simplistic reduction of God of the Underworld equals Greek Satan. We needed to see him as the Greeks saw him, as a necessary deity doing a necessary job, paying an enormous price for his responsibility, isolated beyond what any being should have to endure, and about to make a choice that stems directly from that isolation. Was it the right choice? We'll talk about that. We'll examine it from every angle, look at all the different interpretations, consider the various versions of the myth and what they emphasize or elide. But right now, in this moment before everything changes, we just need to understand who Hades was. The god of the dead, the ruler of the underworld, the keeper of order in the realm where all mortals eventually go, the wealthiest and loneliest deity in the entire pantheon, the one who stayed faithful to his duty while his brothers played, and whose reward for that faithfulness was an eternity of isolation in the dark. That's Hades. Not evil, but alone. Not cruel, but hardened. Not malicious, but desperate in ways that even he probably didn't fully understand until he saw something that he wanted, needed, craved, with an intensity that comes from centuries of having nothing. And what he saw, what he wanted, what he would take in a choice that would create winter itself, was Persephone. Was Kor? Was the maiden picking flowers in a sunlit meadow, completely unaware that everything was about to change? For her, for him, for the entire cosmos. The stage is set. The characters are in place. We understand who they are, what they represent, what they're carrying as they move toward this moment that will transform them both. Kor, the maiden, all potential and innocence, about to become Persephone. Hades, the isolated king, all duty and loneliness, about to make a choice that will give him companionship and create winter in the same moment. And between them, bridging them, enabling the myth to happen, there's a flower. A narcissus flower, blooming in a meadow, placed there deliberately by forces we'll need to discuss. Because nothing in Greek mythology happens by accident. Everything is planned by someone, usually Zeus, and the consequences are always bigger than anyone intended. That's how these stories work. That's how transformation happens. That's how Kor becomes Persephone, how Hades gets his queen, how the world learns to die and be reborn every year in an endless cycle. But that's the next part of the story. For now, we've established the foundation. We know who these characters are, what they represent, what they're bringing to this moment. We understand Persephone's names and what they mean. We understand Hades' nature and what he isn't. We've cleared away the misunderstandings and the cultural overlay and the simplified versions. We've looked at the complexity, sat with it, acknowledged it. Now we can finally tell the story of what happened in that meadow. We can finally talk about the narcissus flower and the split in the earth and the choice that changed everything. We can finally get to the moment when Kor ceased to be Kor and Hades stopped being alone and the cosmos shifted to accommodate their transformation. We can finally explain why winter exists, not just as a meteorological phenomenon, but as a necessity born from transformation, from change, from the moment when a maiden became a queen and the world learned to die and be reborn. The Greeks built their civilization around this story for a reason. They structured their most sacred religious rites around it for a reason. They told it and retold it, analyzed it and reinterpreted it, made it central to their understanding of existence for a reason. And that reason wasn't just it explains weather patterns. That reason was that this myth captures something profound about transformation, about the necessity of descent, about how isolation drives choices, about how power and vulnerability can coexist, about how nothing stays the same and everything changes, and that change, painful as it is what makes growth possible. That's what we're exploring. That's what we're building toward. That's why we needed to understand Hades before we could understand what he did, why we needed to see him clearly before we could evaluate his choices fairly. He's not a villain. He's not a hero. He's a character in a complex myth about transformation and consequence, about choices and costs, about the price of isolation and the birth of winter itself. And now, finally, we can talk about that narcissus flower and what happened when a lonely god saw a maiden in sunlight and made a choice that would echo through eternity. But before we get there, let's dig even deeper into understanding Hades' position in the pantheon and why the Greek conception of the underworld was so radically different from what most modern people assume. Because this matters. This context changes everything about how we interpret what happens next. The Greek underworld, often called the House of Hades, was geographically conceived as being beneath the earth, hence underworld. But it wasn't a punishment dimension. It was simply the other place, the mirror realm, the shadow side of existence. If you wanted to think about it in modern terms, which the Greeks obviously didn't, it was like the universe had two major zones, the world of the living up here and the world of the dead down there. Both necessary, both eternal, both part of the natural order of things. No moral judgment attached to the basic geography. You lived up here until you didn't, and then you went down there. Simple as that. Well, simple if you ignore all the complicated mythology about how you actually got there and what happened once you arrived. But conceptually simple. Access to the underworld required crossing certain boundaries. There was the river Styx, most famously, which you crossed via a ferry operated by Charon, who, let's be honest, had probably the most depressing job in all of mythology, ferrying dead people across a river for all eternity. His payment was a coin that the deceased needed to have placed in their mouth or on their eyes during burial rites. which was basically the ancient Greek version of exact change required, except the consequences for not having it were significantly worse than just having to walk. If you didn't have the coin, you were stuck on the bank of the river for 100 years before Sharon would even consider letting you across. Greek bureaucracy apparently extended even into death, which honestly tracks with what we know about Greek bureaucracy in life. Then there was Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the entrance to the underworld proper. But here's an interesting detail that often gets lost. Cerberus wasn't there to keep people out. He was there to keep them in. The Greeks weren't worried about unauthorized entry into the underworld. They were worried about unauthorized exits. Dead people needed to stay dead, needed to stay in their proper realm, needed to not come wandering back to cause problems for the living. Cerberus was prevention against escape, not against entry. In fact, in the myths, heroes who needed to visit the underworld for various quests generally got in without too much trouble, assuming they had the proper divine authorization or sufficient cleverness. Getting out was the hard part. Cerberus would let you walk right in, but trying to leave? That's when those three heads and all those teeth became relevant. This tells us something important about how the Greeks viewed death. It was a one-way door by design. You weren't supposed to come back. The boundaries between life and death were meant to be permanent, inviolable, maintained by divine authority and monstrous guardians. And Hades was the one responsible for enforcing this boundary. His job wasn't to torture souls or devise punishments. It was to maintain cosmic order by ensuring that the dead stayed dead, and the realm of the dead remained separate from the realm of the living. He was less a torturer and more a cosmic border patrol agent, which is considerably less dramatic but significantly more accurate to what the Greeks actually believed. The physical description of the underworld in Greek sources emphasizes its difference from the world above rather than its inherent horror. It's dark because there's no sun, which makes sense for a place beneath the earth. It's grey and shadowy because souls there are shades, diminished versions of their living selves. The landscape is described as vast, empty, colourless. There are a few rivers, Styx, Acheron, Lethe, Phlecathon, Cocytus, each with its own characteristics and mythological significance. There are regions and zones, different areas for different types of souls. But there's no fire and brimstone, no demons with pitchforks, no eternal flames or lakes of sulphur. Those are Christian additions, artistic flourishes from centuries of later interpretation, particularly from medieval and Renaissance art that mashed together Greek mythology with Christian theology and came up with something that neither ancient Greeks nor early Christians would have fully recognized. Hades himself was depicted as stern, yes, but also as just. He was called the Implacable One, which meant he couldn't be swayed by prayers or bribes or tears once a soul was in his realm. Death was final. His decisions were final. There was no negotiating with him, no sweet-talking your way out of his domain, no special exceptions because you were important or wealthy or beloved by the gods. Well, unless you were a hero on a quest specifically authorized by Zeus. But that was a whole different category of exception, and it came with its own set of rules and challenges. For regular mortals, once you were in Hades' realm, you were there permanently. He wasn't cruel about this. He was just absolute, unbending, immovable, which makes sense for someone whose entire job is maintaining the ultimate boundary between life and death. In artistic depictions, Hades was shown as mature, regal, often seated on a throne, holding a scepter or a key, because he held the keys to his realm, controlled access and egress. He was sometimes shown with Cerberus at his side. He wore a helmet that could make him invisible, a gift from the Cyclopes who'd helped the Olympians overthrow the Titans. This helmet, called the Cap of Invisibility or the Helm of Darkness, was symbolic. Hades was the unseen one, the god you didn't see until you were dead, the ruler of a realm that the living avoided even thinking about. His invisibility wasn't about sneaking around. It was about his fundamental nature as the god of what's hidden, what's beneath, what exists out of sight of the living world. He wasn't depicted as monstrous. He wasn't shown with demonic features or surrounded by flames or obviously evil in appearance. He looked like what he was, a king, a ruler, a god of high status doing an important job. The Greeks didn't make him visually monstrous because they didn't consider him morally monstrous. He was just doing what needed to be done, managing a realm that needed managing, maintaining order in a part of the cosmos that was just as necessary as Olympus, or the sea, or the earth itself. But here's where we get back to that isolation, because understanding the physical and philosophical nature of the underworld helps us understand what Hades' daily existence was actually like. Imagine ruling over a vast realm of grey nothingness, populated by diminished souls who barely remembered who they'd been in life, where nothing grew, nothing changed, nothing lived in any meaningful sense. Imagine being the only fully conscious, fully present being in that entire dimension. Everyone else around you was a shadow, an echo, a faded copy of a person. They couldn't engage with you as equals. They couldn't challenge you, entertain you, surprise you, change you. They were just there, eternally there, an infinite population of not quite people who needed governance but couldn't provide companionship. And you couldn't leave, not really. Your brothers could visit each other's realms, could meddle in mortal affairs, could attend festivals on Olympus, could travel and explore and interact with the full vibrancy of existence. You were stuck in your kingdom of shadows because someone had to be, because the dead needed a king and you were him, because duty and responsibility and cosmic necessity required your constant presence in this realm of grey eternity. The other gods didn't visit you. Why would they? Your realm was depressing, filled with reminders of mortality, literally populated by everyone who'd ever died. Gods were immortal. They didn't like thinking about death any more than mortals did. Visiting the underworld meant confronting mortality, facing the one thing that separated gods from humans, acknowledging that everything alive would eventually end up in Hades' kingdom. So they stayed away. They made excuses. They avoided you not because you were evil, but because your realm reminded them of uncomfortable truths, because being around death wasn't fun even if you yourself couldn't die, because it was just easier to pretend the underworld didn't exist unless absolutely necessary. Even the minor gods and spirits who did inhabit the underworld weren't exactly stimulating company. The Erinyes, the Furies were there, divine instruments of vengeance who punished those who'd committed certain crimes. But they were single-minded in their purpose, not known for their conversational skills or emotional depth. Charon was there, ferrying souls across the Styx, but he was notoriously silent and grim, not the type to chat about his feelings or discuss philosophy. The judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus and Aeacus, were there to evaluate souls and assign them to their proper locations, but they were focused on their work, and anyway, they were originally mortal heroes who'd been elevated to this position after death, so they were technically dead themselves, more shade than God. Hypnos and Thanatos, Sleep and Death, dwelt in the underworld in some versions of the mythology, but Hypnos spent most of his time in the world above, visiting mortals every night, getting to interact with the living world constantly. Thanatos was active in the realm of the living too, collecting souls at the moment of death. Neither of them was stuck in the underworld the way Hades was. Neither of them experienced that complete, total isolation from everything vital and alive. And that isolation wasn't just social, it was sensory. The underworld had no sun, no seasons, no weather, no change. Nothing grew there. No plants, no crops, no flowers, nothing living. The landscape was eternal and unchanging. If you lived there, if you existed there day after day, year after year, century after century, which Hades did because time passes differently for gods but it still passes, you would never see a sunrise. You would never feel rain on your skin. You would never smell flowers or taste fresh fruit or hear birds singing or watch clouds move across the sky or experience any of the 1,000 small sensory pleasures that make existence bearable. You would have darkness, silence, the whisper of shades, the grey landscape of the dead, forever. That's what Hades had. That's what his duty cost him. And the Greeks understood this, even if they didn't write emotional character studies about it. They understood that Hades had drawn the hardest lot, had taken on the burden that no one else wanted, had sacrificed everything that made existence enjoyable in order to maintain cosmic order. He was necessary. He was essential. And he was utterly, completely, devastatingly alone in a way that none of the other gods were or ever would be. This is why comparing him to Satan is so fundamentally wrong. Satan, in Christian theology, chose rebellion. He chose his path, however you interpret that choice. Pride, jealousy, desire for independence, whatever the theological framework says. He's defined by that choice, by that rebellion, by that fundamental opposition to good. Hades didn't choose anything. He was assigned his role in the division of the cosmos after the Titanomachy. He accepted his duty. He fulfilled his responsibilities faithfully, without complaint, without rebellion, without causing problems or trying to upset the cosmic order. He was the obedient son, the faithful brother, the responsible God who did what needed to be done even though it cost him everything. If anything, the Christian figure Hades most closely resembles isn't Satan, it's Job, the righteous sufferer, The one who maintains faith and duty despite enormous personal cost. The one who does everything right and still endures isolation and loss and hardship, because sometimes that's just how cosmic responsibilities shake out. Job at least got his story resolved eventually, got his losses restored, got some kind of narrative closure. Hades got eternity in the underworld with no resolution, no restoration, no relief from the fundamental conditions of his existence. The Greeks didn't dwell on this suffering in their myths the way later cultures might have. Greek mythology wasn't primarily about individual psychological journeys or emotional character development in the modern sense. But the suffering is there, implicit in the setup, visible in the details if you look for it. It's there in every description of the underworld's emptiness. It's there in Hades' epithets, the wealthy one, the unseen one, the host of many, names that emphasize what he has rather than who he is, as if his identity has been subsumed by his role. It's there in his absence from so many myths, his non-participation in most of the great dramas of Olympus, his distance from the life and vitality that characterizes the rest of the pantheon. He was the god that everyone needed but no one wanted. The god whose function was absolutely essential but whose company was actively avoided. The god who made the cosmos work but got no joy from his own existence. And this went on for ages before Persephone entered the picture. Ages of darkness and silence and duty and isolation. Ages of being the unseen one, the implacable one, the wealthy one who owns only shadows. And then, one day, he saw her. He saw Kor. He saw youth and life and vitality and everything his realm lacked. He saw someone who embodied spring itself, who practically radiated light and growth and joy. He saw the absolute opposite of everything his existence consisted of, and something in him, something that had maybe died a little more each century in the darkness, something that had hardened under the weight of isolation, something that had been slowly suffocating in that realm of shadows. Something woke up. Something wanted. Something decided that maybe, after all this time, after all this faithfulness, after all this duty, he deserved something for himself. Something living. Something bright. Something that could share his existence and maybe make it bearable. Was it love at first sight? Was it desperation? Was it the cosmic equivalent of drowning person grabbing onto anything that floats? The myths don't give us Hades' internal monologue here. They don't tell us his exact thoughts or feelings. But we can infer from context, from understanding who he was and what he'd endured, from knowing the crushing weight of isolation he'd been under for longer than most mortals could comprehend. This wasn't some casual, oh, she's pretty, I'll pursue her situation. This was need. This was decades, centuries, millennia of deprivation suddenly confronted with the possibility of relief. This was a drowning man seeing the surface. Does that excuse what he did? We're getting there. We're about to talk about the abduction itself, about consent and power and choices. But we needed this context first. We needed to understand that Hades wasn't evil. He wasn't some predator looking for a victim. He wasn't malicious or cruel or delighting in the idea of causing suffering. He was desperate. He was isolated beyond any reasonable limit. He was a god who'd been faithful to a crushing duty for eternity, and who saw, for the first time ever, the possibility of companionship, of light in his darkness, of someone who could exist in his realm and be fully present, fully alive, fully capable of relating to him as an equal. The Greeks understood that good people, good gods even, could make terrible choices when pushed to extremes. They understood that suffering didn't excuse harmful actions, but did help explain them. They understood that Hades was simultaneously sympathetic and wrong, understandable and inexcusable, deserving of compassion and in need of accountability. And they built all of that complexity into the myth, encoded it in the story they told about how winter came to be. Because Hades' isolation didn't just explain his choice, it shaped the entire outcome. If he'd been less isolated, less desperate, less emotionally starved, maybe he would have done things differently. Maybe he would have courted Persephone properly, asked permission, sought her mother's blessing, followed all the social and divine protocols that should govern such things. But he'd been alone in the dark for so long that he'd forgotten how to do things the right way. Or maybe he'd never learned in the first place. Or maybe he just didn't care anymore because the need was too great, and the opportunity was too rare, and the desperation was too overwhelming. And that desperation, that isolation-born need, that cosmic loneliness, that's what split the earth open. That's what reached up from the underworld and pulled Kor down into darkness. That's what started the chain of events that would create winter and transform a maiden into a queen, and give Hades his companion and cost Demeter her daughter, and fundamentally alter the cosmos forever. The Greeks didn't write simple stories with clear morals and obvious villains. They wrote complicated stories about complicated characters making complicated choices in impossible situations, and then they made those stories explain the fundamental workings of the world. Hades' isolation explains his choice. His choice explains Persephone's transformation. Her transformation explains the seasons. The seasons explain life and death and growth and decay and the eternal cycle of existence itself. Everything connects. Everything matters. Every detail is part of the larger pattern. And at the center of it all is a god who wasn't evil, just desperately, destructively, cosmically alone. A god who made a choice born from that aloneness. A god who got what he wanted and created winter in the process. A god who finally got companionship and had to share it, had to let his queen return to the surface half the year, had to accept that even his victory over isolation was partial, incomplete, subject to the same cycles and compromises that govern everything else in Greek mythology. That's Hades. That's who he really was. Not Satan. Not evil incarnate. Not a villain twirling a moustache. Just a god doing an impossible job in impossible circumstances, making an understandable but inexcusable choice out of desperation, and changing the world forever because of it. The misunderstood god. The isolated king. The ruler of shadows who wanted light. The being who had everything in material terms and nothing in emotional terms, and who made a choice that proved you can't live on duty alone, even if you're a god, even if you're immortal, even if you're essential to the functioning of the cosmos itself. Now we can talk about what he did. Now we can discuss the abduction, the choice, the moment when desperation overrode judgment and changed everything. Now we can get into the complicated, uncomfortable, fascinating details of how Kor became Persephone, how winter came to be, how a god's loneliness created a cosmic transformation that we're still talking about thousands of years later. But we needed to understand him first. We needed to see him clearly. We needed to know that the god reaching up from the underworld wasn't a monster. He was just profoundly, devastatingly alone, and about to make a choice that would ripple through eternity. So there's Hades, alone in his kingdom of shadows for what's probably felt like several eternities too many, and then one day he's doing whatever gods of the underworld do during their off hours, inventory of souls perhaps, or reorganizing the filing system for the recently deceased, when something catches his attention from the world above. Light, colour, movement, life. All the things his realm categorically lacks. And in the middle of it all, a young goddess picking flowers in a meadow like the underworld doesn't even exist, which, from her perspective, it might as well not. Now here's where we need to talk about that meadow, because location matters in Greek mythology almost as much as the characters themselves. This wasn't just any random field. This was a specific place. Sources vary on exactly where, because ancient geography was more of a suggestion than a science. But many versions place it near Enna in Sicily. Others say Eleusis. Some mention the plains of Nysa. The important thing isn't the precise GPS coordinates, which the Greeks didn't have anyway. The important thing is that this was a special meadow, a liminal space, a boundary zone between the mortal world and something else. The Greeks loved their boundary spaces. Crossroads, thresholds, shorelines. Anywhere that two realms touched was automatically significant, automatically a place where normal rules might not apply, where transformations could happen, where gods might reach through from one world to another. And the flowers. Let's talk about those flowers, because they are about to become extremely relevant. The meadow was described as being impossibly abundant with blooms, roses, crocuses, violets, irises, hyacinths, and basically every other flower that ancient Greeks considered beautiful or significant. It was the kind of place where Instagram influencers would physically fight each other for photo opportunities, if Instagram had existed in mythological Greece, and if the gods hadn't had some rather specific plans for who got to be there. Kor, and she's still Kor at this point, still the maiden, still innocent and unaware, wandered through this botanical paradise with her companions, various nymphs and minor goddesses whose names the myths sometimes bother to mention, and sometimes don't, because they're basically the supporting cast in what's about to become Persephone's origin story. They were picking flowers, weaving garlands, doing the sort of pastoral activities that seem to occupy a surprising amount of divine leisure time in Greek mythology. And this is where we need to address something that modern readers often find baffling. What exactly was the appeal of spending eternity picking flowers? Surely goddesses had better things to do. But remember, for young women in ancient Greek society, this represented freedom within constraints. The meadow was a space where maidens could be away from the strictures of the household, away from male supervision. Demeter was nearby but not hovering, engaging in activities that were considered appropriate while still having some autonomy. The flower picking wasn't the point. The point was the space, the companionship, the moment of existing in a world of other young women before the inevitable transition into marriage and motherhood, and all the responsibilities that came with that. So Kor is having what she thinks is an ordinary day. Extraordinary by modern standards, perhaps, since most of us don't spend our afternoons in magical meadows with divine companions, but ordinary by her standards. Ordinary by the standards of a young goddess whose entire existence has been sheltered, protected, kept safe within the bounds of her mother's influence. She's never known danger. She's never faced a real choice about her own future. She's never been tested or challenged or pushed beyond the comfortable limits of her maiden existence. She's Kor, the girl, the potential, the before picture. And she's about to stop being that forever. Because there's a flower in that meadow that doesn't belong with all the others. A narcissus. And this isn't just any narcissus. This is the narcissus, the one that's going to change everything. The botanical equivalent of Chekhov's gun, except instead of going off in the third act, it's about to literally split the earth open. The myths are very specific about this detail, which should tell you something. When ancient storytellers bothered to specify exact flower species, you knew that particular flower mattered. This wasn't just set dressing. This was plot device disguised as decoration. The narcissus, and various sources describe it as being either extraordinarily beautiful, or having 100 blooms, or being somehow obviously supernatural, was placed there deliberately. By Zeus. And this is where things get complicated in ways that are going to make some people very uncomfortable, so let's just acknowledge that up front. Zeus, king of the gods, father of both Persephone and Athena, and approximately 50 other children from various mothers, brother to both Hades and Demeter, decided to help Hades acquire a wife. Without asking Demeter. Definitely without asking Persephone. Just went ahead and set up the whole thing like some kind of divine matchmaker, except with significantly less regard for consent than even the worst dating app. Now the question everyone immediately asks is why? Why would Zeus do this? What was in it for him? And the answers vary depending on which version of the myth you're reading and which scholarly interpretation you favour. Some versions say Hades came to Zeus and asked for help, explained his isolation, requested permission to take Demeter's daughter as his queen. Zeus, being Zeus, apparently thought this sounded reasonable, or at least didn't think it sounded unreasonable enough to say no. Other versions suggest Zeus had his own motivations, perhaps wanting to consolidate power among the three brothers by creating a marriage alliance, or wanting to resolve Hades' isolation problem because an unhappy god of the underworld is probably not great for cosmic stability, or simply because he thought Hades deserved a wife, and Persephone seemed like a logical choice given her status and parentage. But here's what none of the versions suggest. That Zeus thought to ask Demeter what she thought about this plan, or that he considered whether Persephone herself might have opinions about her own future. In the patriarchal structure of both ancient Greek society and Olympian divine politics, women's consent wasn't really part of the equation. Marriages were arranged by male relatives, fathers, brothers, uncles, and the bride's feelings about the arrangement were at best a secondary consideration, and at worst, completely irrelevant. Zeus, operating within this framework, saw nothing wrong with arranging his daughter's marriage to his brother without consulting either her or her mother. From his perspective, this was just normal procedure. This was how things were done. This was exercising his authority as father and king. From a modern perspective, this is horrifying. From a Greek perspective, it was Tuesday. Understanding both these perspectives simultaneously is important if we're going to engage honestly with this myth. We can't pretend the consent issues don't exist just because they make the story uncomfortable. But we also can't impose modern ethical frameworks on ancient narratives and then act surprised when the ancient narratives don't conform to contemporary values. The Greeks were working with different assumptions about power, gender, choice, and authority. That doesn't make those assumptions right. It just makes them contextually accurate to the culture that created the myth. So Zeus plants the narcissus. The trap is set. And the symbolism here is impossible to miss if you know anything about the flower's mythology. Because yes, even the flowers had their own myths in Greek tradition, because apparently nothing could just exist without a backstory. The Narcissus was associated with the story of Narcissus, the beautiful youth who fell in love with his own reflection, and wasted away staring at it until he transformed into the flower that bears his name. It was a flower associated with self-absorption, with dangerous beauty, with transformations brought about by desire. It was also, and this is crucial, associated with death. Narcissus flowers were planted on graves. They were used in funeral rites. They bloomed in spring but carried associations with endings, with transitions, with the boundary between life and death. Putting a narcissus in the meadow where Kor played was like putting a loaded weapon on the mantelpiece. It was a sign, a symbol, a warning that anyone with mythological literacy would recognize. This flower didn't belong in a maiden's paradise. This flower belonged to transitions, to transformations, to the space between one state and another. Its presence in the meadow meant that innocence was about to end, that change was inevitable, that the boundary between the world above and the world below was about to become very, very permeable. And Kor, who had never encountered danger, who had no reason to suspect that her own father would have set a trap for her, who saw a beautiful flower in a meadow full of beautiful flowers, did exactly what anyone would do. She reached for it. She wanted to add it to her collection, to weave it into her garland, to possess its beauty. The myths describe her being drawn to it specifically, being unable to resist its appeal. Whether this was natural attraction or divine compulsion, the sources don't entirely agree. But it doesn't really matter, does it? The result is the same. Her hand closes around the stem. She begins to pick the flower, and the earth splits open. Not metaphorically, not gradually, not politely. The earth literally tears itself apart right there in the meadow, right under her feet, opening a chasm that plunges down into darkness, into the underworld itself. The barrier between realms ruptures. The boundary fails. The normal rules of separation between the living world and the dead world temporarily cease to exist. And from that chasm, from that wound in the earth, emerges Hades in his chariot pulled by immortal horses, rising up from his kingdom of shadows into the sunlight that he never sees, reaching for the maiden who's still holding a half-picked narcissus, and probably experiencing several kinds of shock simultaneously. The other maidens scatter. Of course they scatter. The earth just opened up and the god of death just emerged from the underworld in a chariot. This is not a situation where you stand your ground and ask polite questions about intentions. This is a situation where you run, and you keep running, and you don't look back, because looking back in Greek mythology is how you end up as a pillar of salt or a tree or cursed for eternity. The nymphs flee. Kor's companions abandon her, not out of cowardice, but out of basic survival instinct combined with the very reasonable assessment that they cannot fight a god. Nobody can fight a god except other gods, and there are no other gods present at this moment. Just Kor and Hades and a chasm in the earth, and a decision that's already been made. Hades takes her. That's what the myths say. He seizes her, lifts her into his chariot and drives back down into the underworld before anyone can interfere, before Demeter can arrive, before any other god can respond to what's happening. The earth closes behind them. The chasm seals. The meadow returns to normal, or at least to an approximation of normal, except for the trampled flowers and the scattered garlands and the narcissus lying on the ground, where Kor dropped it when her entire world changed in an instant. The word the myths use varies by source and translation. Some say seized, some say abducted, some say carried off. Some use the word that would later give us rape, though its meaning in ancient Greek was broader than the modern English term, encompassing abduction and property violation as much as sexual violence specifically. The ancient sources don't give us explicit details about what happened in those first moments in the underworld. They don't tell us if Hades explained himself, if he apologized, if he immediately married her or waited. They don't tell us if Persephone fought, screamed, wept, or went silent with shock. They skip over the immediate aftermath and move straight to the consequences playing out in the world above. This ellipsis, this narrative gap, has been filled in various ways by various retellings over the centuries, each one reflecting the values and concerns of its own time. Modern retellings often try to make this moment less problematic by suggesting Persephone went willingly, that she was bored with her maiden existence, that she saw the underworld as an escape from her mother's overprotection, that this was actually her choice all along disguised as an abduction to satisfy social conventions. And look, there's nothing wrong with reinterpretation. Myths are meant to be retold, reimagined, made relevant to new audiences. But we need to be honest about what the original myths actually say. And what they say, pretty clearly across most versions, is that this was not Persephone's choice. She didn't ask for this. She didn't consent to this. She was taken. Does that mean Hades was a villain? We've already established that he wasn't evil, that he was desperately isolated, that his choice came from a place of need rather than malice. But need doesn't equal right. Desperation doesn't equal justification. You can understand why someone does something wrong and still acknowledge that it was wrong. These aren't contradictory positions. They're both true simultaneously. Hades was sympathetic and his action was inexcusable. Both. At the same time, that's the complexity here. That's what makes this myth more than just a simple kidnapping story. Because here's something crucial that often gets lost in arguments about whether this was abduction or initiation, crime or ritual. The ancient Greeks themselves seemed uncertain how to categorize it. Different versions of the myth emphasize different elements. Some frame it as a violent crime against both Persephone and Demeter. Others frame it as an arranged marriage that happened to have unconventional logistics. Some suggest Persephone eventually consented to remain in the underworld, making the initial taking less relevant to her final status. Others maintain that she was imprisoned, forced, never truly willing. The Greeks didn't have one unified interpretation of this myth. They had multiple, sometimes contradictory versions, all coexisting, all considered valid ways of understanding the story. And this multiplicity of interpretation suggests something important, that the Greeks themselves found this moment problematic. They couldn't quite settle on how to frame it. Was Hades exercising his legitimate right to claim a bride, with Zeus's permission acting as proper male authority? Or was he committing a crime against the natural order, violating the bond between mother and daughter, causing cosmic disruption through his selfish desire? The myths support both readings. They contain both possibilities. They refuse to give us easy answers because the questions themselves are difficult. What we can say definitively is that this moment, Hades emerging from the earth, core being taken down into darkness, the chasm closing, this moment is the transformation. This is the death of the maiden. Not metaphorical death, but the actual death of that identity, that existence, that person she was. Core ceases to exist in this moment. Whatever emerges from the underworld later, whether immediately or after some time has passed, will be Persephone. The transformation is instant, even if the person undergoing it takes time to understand what's happened, to process it, to become the new identity she's been forced into. And the Narcissus, remember the Narcissus, the flower that started all this. It lies on the ground where she dropped it, a marker of the spot where innocence ended and knowledge began, where the maiden fell into darkness, where one world touched another and pulled a goddess through the boundary. In some versions of the myth, that spot becomes sacred, becomes a site of remembrance, becomes a place where the boundary between realms remains slightly more permeable than it should be. In other versions, the flower withers immediately, dies the moment core is taken, as if it was only ever meant to bloom long enough to serve its purpose as bait. The symbolism of using a flower as the trap is almost too perfect. Flowers represent beauty, innocence, the natural world in its most appealing form. They're associated with maidens, with spring, with new life. And yet flowers die. They bloom and then they wither. They're beautiful and temporary. They attract and then they decay. The Narcissus's trap suggests that beauty itself can be dangerous, that attraction leads to transformation, that reaching for what appears lovely and harmless can lead to descent into darkness. Every person who heard this myth and saw a Narcissus afterward would remember. That's the flower that lured a goddess into the underworld. That's the flower that ended spring. That's the flower that proved beauty can be a weapon. But let's get back to Zeus for a moment, because his role in this entire setup really cannot be overlooked. He gave Hades permission. He planted the flower, or had it planted, delegating the actual work to some minor god or nymph, because Zeus delegating inconvenient tasks was basically his defining characteristic. He enabled the entire abduction. He was complicit. He was, in fact, primarily responsible for the whole thing happening the way it did. Without his cooperation, Hades couldn't have simply emerged into the world above and taken Persephone. The boundaries between realms were too strong for that. But with Zeus's permission, with his active participation in setting the trap, the boundaries became permeable enough for the underworld to reach through. And here's the really fascinating question that the myths don't explicitly answer. Did Zeus think about the consequences? Did he consider what Demeter would do when she discovered her daughter missing? Did he factor in the possibility that the goddess of agriculture might respond to losing her daughter by withdrawing her blessings from the earth? Or did he just assume that Demeter would eventually accept the situation because that's what women in Greek society were expected to do? Accept the marriages arranged for them by male relatives, accept that their daughters would leave them, accept that male authority superseded maternal bonds. If Zeus did think about consequences, he clearly underestimated Demeter's response. If he didn't think about consequences, well, That tracks with pretty much every other myth involving Zeus making impulsive decisions and then being surprised when they cause cosmic-level problems. Zeus was powerful, he was king of the gods, he was capable of impressive feats of strength and control, but strategic thinking about long-term consequences? Not exactly his forte. He lived in the moment, made decisions based on immediate concerns or desires, and dealt with fallout when it arrived rather than planning ahead to avoid it, which is exactly the leadership style you'd expect from someone who gained power by overthrowing his father rather than through any kind of administrative training. So Zeus plants the Narcissus, enables the abduction, and presumably goes about his day thinking this problem is solved. Hades gets a wife, Persephone gets a husband, everyone's happy, except for the minor detail that everyone in this scenario only includes the male gods who made the decision. It doesn't include Demeter, who's about to discover that her daughter has vanished. It doesn't include Persephone, who's just been dragged into the underworld against her will. Those two perspectives, the female perspectives, the perspectives of the people most affected by this arrangement, weren't factored into the decision-making process at all, which was going to turn out to be a rather significant oversight, though it would take Zeus a while to figure that out. Now we need to talk about what happens next, because the abduction is only the beginning of the story. It's the inciting incident, the catalyst, the moment when everything changes. But the real drama, the real transformation, the real cosmic upheaval that happens in the aftermath, in the response, in what Demeter does when she realizes her daughter is gone. Because if the myth of Persephone is partly about transformation and descent and becoming someone new through darkness, it's equally about maternal love as a force powerful enough to challenge the gods themselves, to reshape the world, to hold the entire earth hostage until justice is done, or at least until some kind of compromise is reached. But first, there's a period of time, the myths vary on exactly how long, when Demeter doesn't know what happened. She knows Persephone is missing. She knows something terrible has occurred, but she doesn't know who took her, where she is, or if she's even alive. This period of not knowing might actually be worse than the eventual discovery of truth. It's the period where every possibility is open, where every fear can flourish unchecked, where a mother's imagination can torture her with scenarios ranging from injury to death, to fates even worse than death. Demeter searches, and the searching will become its own epic journey. But before the searching begins, there's just the moment of realization. The moment when she arrives at the meadow and sees the scattered flowers, the disturbed earth, the absence where her daughter should be. The moment when fear transforms into certainty that something has gone catastrophically wrong. The other maidens, the ones who fled when the earth opened, eventually come back. Eventually find the courage to return to the meadow, to find Demeter, to tell her what they saw. And what they saw was incomplete. A chasm opening, Hades emerging, Persephone being taken down into darkness. They couldn't tell Demeter why this happened, who authorized it, what it meant for Persephone's future. They could only report what they witnessed. That the god of the underworld took the goddess of spring into his realm, that the earth opened and swallowed them both, that Persephone screamed. Some versions include this detail, others don't, but it's there in enough sources to mention, and then she was gone, and the earth sealed shut and they ran, because what else could they do? Demeter's initial response is exactly what you'd expect from any mother whose child has vanished. Panic, terror, desperate searching. But she's not just any mother, she's a goddess. Her panic has cosmic implications. Her terror ripples out into the world around her. Her desperation manifests as literal changes in the physical environment. The myths describe her tearing her hair, rending her garments, letting out cries that echo across the earth. These aren't just expressions of grief. They're divine power made audible, maternal anguish given form. When a goddess of Demeter's stature grieves, the world grieves with her. When she tears her clothing, she's tearing the fabric of normal existence. When she screams, she's announcing that the natural order has been violated in a way that cannot be simply repaired or ignored. She begins to search. She searches everywhere. She searches the obvious places first, the areas near the meadow, the nearby fields and forests, anywhere Persephone might have wandered if she'd simply gotten lost. When those searches yield nothing, she expands outward. She searches Greece. She searches the known world. She eventually searches beyond the known world, going to places that humans never went, calling her daughter's name in locations where no mortal had ever set foot. The myths describe her carrying torches, searching day and night without pause, without rest, without sleeping or eating or attending to any of her own needs, because her daughter is missing and nothing else matters, nothing else can matter until she finds her. This search goes on for 9 days in most versions. 9 days of desperate, increasingly frantic searching while other gods watch and do nothing. While Zeus, who knows exactly what happened, says nothing. While the other Olympians carry on with their divine affairs as if nothing unusual is occurring. As if a goddess isn't currently tearing through the world looking for her missing daughter. As if Demeter's grief isn't valid or important enough to warrant their attention or assistance. The callousness here is striking. It's not that the gods were actively malicious toward Demeter, they just didn't care enough to help. Her missing daughter wasn't their problem. Her grief wasn't their concern. They had their own affairs to attend to, their own interests to pursue, and if Demeter wanted to waste her time searching for a daughter who was perfectly fine in the underworld, well, that was her choice. This divine indifference says something important about the Olympian power structure. The gods operated on hierarchy and authority. Zeus had made a decision. Hades had acted with permission. By the logic of Olympian politics, everything had been done properly. The fact that Demeter wasn't consulted was irrelevant because she didn't have authority over her daughter's marriage. The fact that Persephone didn't consent was irrelevant because maidens didn't need to consent to arrangements made by their fathers. By the rules of how things worked in Olympus, nothing wrong had occurred. There was no crisis to address. There was just a goddess making unnecessary drama over a situation that had already been resolved by proper masculine authority. This is where Demeter's response becomes genuinely radical. Because she doesn't accept this framework. She doesn't acknowledge that the men in her family had the right to dispose of her daughter without her knowledge or consent. She doesn't quietly accept the marriage and move on with her existence. She refuses to play by the rules that say her grief doesn't matter, her bond with her daughter doesn't matter. Her lack of authority means she has to simply accept whatever the male gods have decided. She rejects the entire system, and her rejection is going to have consequences that no one anticipated, because no one thought to consider what happens when you push a goddess past her breaking point. On the 10th day, and some versions say the 9th, some say the 10th, precision in ancient timekeeping was more of an aspiration than a practice. Demeter encounters Hecate. And Hecate is interesting because she's one of the few deities who seems to actually sympathize with Demeter's situation, who treats her grief as legitimate rather than as excessive female emotion that should be controlled or dismissed. Hecate is a goddess of boundaries, crossroads, magic, knowledge of hidden things. She dwells in liminal spaces, which means she noticed things that other gods missed. And what she noticed was a voice crying out, Persephone's voice, calling for help at the moment of her abduction. Hecate heard it, recognized it as significant, and kept that information until Demeter's search brought her close enough for Hecate to share what she knew. But Hecate only heard the voice. She didn't see who took Persephone. She couldn't tell Demeter where her daughter was, only that she'd called out that something had happened 9 days ago in that meadow. It was partial information, enough to confirm that Demeter's fears were justified, but not enough to actually resolve the situation. So Hecate does something crucial. She directs Demeter to someone who would have seen everything, who sees everything that happens under the sun's light. She tells Demeter to ask Helios, the sun god, who drives his chariot across the sky every day and observes everything that occurs in the world below. Demeter goes to Helios. And here's where we get one of the most striking moments in the entire myth, because Helios tells her the truth. He doesn't lie, doesn't dissemble, doesn't try to protect Zeus or justify what happened. He just states the facts. Zeus gave Persephone to Hades. Hades took her to the Underworld. She's now the queen of the dead. This was arranged by her father, enabled by the king of the gods, executed by the god of the Underworld. And, this part is crucial, Helios suggests that Demeter should accept this situation because Hades is actually not a bad match. He's powerful, wealthy, one of the 3 brothers who rule the cosmos. As husbands go, Persephone could have done worse. This is presented not as an insult or a dismissal, but as genuine advice. Accept what cannot be changed. Take comfort in the fact that your daughter married well by objective standards. Move on with your existence. Demeter's response to this advice is going to change the world, because she doesn't accept it. She doesn't take comfort in Hades' status or power. She doesn't care that he's wealthy or that he's one of the ruling gods. She doesn't agree that her daughter married well. She rejects the entire premise that this marriage was legitimate, that Zeus had the right to arrange it without her knowledge, that she should be grateful for the match rather than enraged by the method. And in her rage, in her grief, in her absolute refusal to accept what every other god thinks she should accept, She makes a choice that will bring the entire cosmos to its knees. She withdraws her blessings from the earth. She stops performing her function as goddess of agriculture. She says essentially, if I cannot have my daughter, then no one can have my gifts. If my grief is invalid, then my joy is also withdrawn. If the natural bond between mother and daughter can be violated without consequence, then the natural bond between earth and harvest can be severed just as easily. She walks away from her responsibilities. She abandons her role. She lets the world start dying because her daughter has been taken, and if the gods won't give Persephone back, then the gods can watch as everything dependent on Demeter's power slowly starves. This is extraordinary. This is a goddess committing what amounts to a strike, a divine work stoppage, a refusal to perform her cosmic function until her demands are met. Other gods didn't do this. Other gods, when upset or angry, might cause localized disasters. Zeus would throw lightning bolts. Poseidon would cause earthquakes or floods. Ares would inspire wars. But these were outbursts, expressions of temporary rage that passed when the god's temper cooled. What Demeter does is different. She doesn't lash out in anger and then calm down. She makes a calculated decision to withdraw her cooperation from the cosmic order. She goes on strike. She holds the world hostage. And she makes it clear that she's prepared to maintain this position indefinitely, that she'll let everything starve, that she'll watch the earth turn barren and dead rather than accept the loss of her daughter. The effects are immediate and catastrophic. Crops fail. Seeds planted in the earth don't sprout. Plants that were growing simply stop growing, begin to wither and die. The earth, which had always been generous under Demeter's blessing, becomes hostile and barren. Farmers work their fields and nothing responds. The natural cycle of growth and harvest, which humans and animals alike depend on for survival, just stops. Not because of drought or disease or any natural cause, but because the goddess who made growth possible has withdrawn her power in protest against divine injustice. Humans begin to starve. Animals begin to starve. The entire mortal world starts dying because of a conflict between gods, because of a marriage that was arranged without consent, because a mother's grief was dismissed as unimportant by the Olympian power structure. The innocent suffer for divine crimes. The powerless pay the price for choices made by the powerful. This was a recurring theme in Greek mythology. Mortals caught in the crossfire of divine conflicts, dying because gods couldn't resolve their disputes without collateral damage. But this time the scale is unprecedented. This isn't a localized disaster affecting one city or one region. This is global catastrophe. This is the potential extinction of all mortal life. This is Demeter saying, my daughter's life matters as much as everyone else's lives combined, and if you won't give her back, then everyone else can die. From a modern ethical standpoint, this is deeply problematic. Innocent people, including children, including people who have no connection to Persephone's abduction or Zeus's decision, are suffering and dying because of Demeter's choice to withdraw her gifts. She's using collective punishment, making everyone pay for the crimes of a few gods. Her grief is legitimate, her anger is justified, but her method of expressing that grief and anger victimizes millions of people who had no role in causing her pain. This is the same moral problem we see throughout Greek mythology. Gods treating mortals as expendable, as pawns in divine conflicts, as acceptable collateral damage in pursuit of divine goals. But from the perspective of Demeter's power and position within Olympus, this strategy makes perfect sense. She's not powerful enough to challenge Zeus directly. She can't force Hades to return Persephone through combat or magical compulsion. She doesn't have the authority to simply overrule the arrangement that Zeus and Hades made. What she has is her function, her role as the goddess who makes things grow. And she realizes that this function, which she'd always performed faithfully, which everyone took for granted, which no one particularly thanked her for because it just seemed like the natural order of things, this function is actually leverage. This function is power. If she stops performing it, the world dies. If the world dies, the gods lose their worshippers. If the gods lose their worshippers, they lose the sacrifices, the prayers, the attention that feeds divine power and relevance. Mortals need gods, obviously. They need divine power to explain the world, to provide comfort, to intervene in disasters, to give structure to existence. But gods also need mortals. They need worship. They need sacrifice. They need humans to remember them, tell stories about them, build temples to them, perform rites in their honor. A god without worshippers doesn't cease to exist, but they fade, lose influence, become less relevant to the cosmic order. What Demeter realizes, or perhaps doesn't consciously realize but intuitively understands, is that if all the mortals die, the gods lose something essential. Not their existence, but their purpose, their audience, their relevance, their entire reason for being involved in the world rather than just existing in Olympian isolation. So she lets the world start dying. She watches as crops fail and animals starve and humans begin to perish from famine. She doesn't gloat about it, doesn't express satisfaction in causing suffering. The myths describe her as being in mourning, still searching for Persephone, still hoping for her return, but absolutely unwavering in her refusal to restore her blessings until her daughter is restored to her. Her grief is genuine. Her method of expressing that grief is ruthless. Both can be true simultaneously. The other gods begin to notice. It's hard to miss worldwide famine, even from Olympus. They start to understand that Demeter is serious, that she's not going to simply calm down and accept the situation, that this problem isn't going to resolve itself if they just wait long enough. They send messengers to her, various gods and goddesses trying to convince her to restore her gifts to the earth, offering her other things in compensation for her loss, suggesting that she's being unreasonable and should accept what cannot be changed. Every messenger is rejected. Every offer is refused. Every suggestion that she should move on or accept or find solace in anything other than her daughter's return is met with absolute refusal. This goes on for a year in most versions of the myth. A full year of barren earth, failed crops, worldwide famine. A year of Demeter wandering the earth in mourning, still searching even though she now knows where Persephone is, still calling her daughter's name even though she knows Persephone cannot answer from the underworld. A year of stubborn refusal to restore what she'd withdrawn. A year of cosmic deadlock, with Demeter refusing to yield and Zeus refusing to simply order Hades to return Persephone, because that would mean admitting he'd made a mistake, that his initial decision had been wrong, that male authority could be overruled by maternal grief. The standoff reveals something crucial about divine power dynamics. Zeus was king of the gods. He could throw lightning bolts. He could transform people into animals or trees or constellations. He could cause storms, shake mountains, do all sorts of impressive displays of raw power. But he couldn't force Demeter to make things grow. He couldn't simply take over her function and restore the crops himself. Her power was specific to her, intrinsic to her nature as the goddess of agriculture and harvest. Without her cooperation, without her blessing, the earth would remain barren. He could kill her, theoretically. Gods could be harmed or bound or imprisoned in various ways, but killing the goddess of agriculture wouldn't restore the crops. It would just ensure they never grew again. He had no good options here. He had power, but not the right kind of power. He had authority, but not the ability to enforce it in this situation. And slowly, reluctantly, as the year progresses and the situation becomes increasingly untenable, Zeus begins to realize that he's going to have to back down. He's going to have to compromise. He's going to have to acknowledge that his decision to give Persephone to Hades without consulting Demeter was, at minimum, a political miscalculation, and at maximum, a genuine crime that requires correction. The king of the gods is going to have to admit that a goddess, a female god, a mother goddess, someone without official authority in the Olympian hierarchy, has successfully challenged his rule and forced him to change course. This is revolutionary. This is unprecedented. This is a mother's love proving stronger than patriarchal authority, a woman's grief reshaping cosmic policy, a goddess without official power, wielding influence through the simple expedient of refusing to cooperate with the system that dismissed her voice. Demeter isn't stronger than Zeus in combat. She couldn't overthrow him or physically force him to do anything. But she found the one thing she controlled that Zeus needed, the continued existence of mortal life on Earth, and she used that as leverage. She essentially held the world hostage and told Zeus, "Return my daughter, or watch everything die." And Zeus, who had weathered challenges from titans and giants and various rebellions by powerful gods, who had never backed down from a direct confrontation, who ruled through strength and authority and willingness to use violence when necessary, Zeus blinks first. He sends Hermes to the underworld. Hermes, the messenger god, the one who could cross boundaries between realms, the god who served as herald and diplomat and go-between when gods needed to communicate. His message to Hades is diplomatic but clear. Return Persephone. The world is dying. Demeter is holding everything hostage. This situation needs to be resolved. And while the myths don't give us Hades' exact response, we can infer his position was something like, "I married her with your permission. She's my wife now. I have every right to keep her." Zeus presumably countered with some version of, technically true, but her mother is killing everyone and we need to find a compromise before there are no mortals left to worship any of us. And this is where we get to the pomegranate seeds. This is where the resolution happens, though it's not the resolution anyone initially wanted. This is where the myth explains why winter exists rather than just explaining why spring returns. Because if Persephone could simply return to the surface and stay there permanently, then Demeter would restore her gifts and everything would go back to normal. The abduction would have been a traumatic interlude, but it would be over. Persephone would be back where she belonged, Demeter would be happy, crops would grow, mortals would survive, and Hades would be alone again in his underworld with nothing but shadows for company. Problem solved, right? Except for one small detail. While in the underworld, whether immediately after her abduction or after some time had passed, the sources vary, Persephone ate something. Specifically, she ate pomegranate seeds. The number varies by source. Some say 3 seeds, some say 4, most say 6, some say 7. The exact number matters for calculating exactly how the year gets divided, but the important thing is that she ate food from the underworld. And there was a rule, a cosmic law that governed the relationship between the living and the dead. If you eat food from the underworld, you're bound to it. You cannot fully return to the realm of the living. You've consumed death itself, taken it into your body, made it part of you. You're tied to that realm forever, or at least for some portion of forever, depending on how much you ate. Now the question that every single person asks at this point is, did Persephone eat the seeds knowing about this rule, or was she unaware of the consequence? Did Hades trick her into eating them, or did she choose to eat them fully informed of what it would mean? Did someone force-feed her? Or did she eat willingly but without knowledge? Or did she eat willingly with full knowledge? And the answer is, the myths don't give us a clear, consistent answer to this question because of course they don't. Because clear answers would remove the ambiguity that makes this myth so rich and complex and endlessly debatable. Some versions suggest Hades tricked her, offered her the pomegranate when she was hungry or thirsty after refusing all food in the underworld, and she ate without realizing the significance. Other versions suggest she ate deliberately, knowing it would bind her to the underworld, choosing to stay with Hades either because she'd fallen in love with him, or because she'd come to value her power as queen of the underworld, or because she realized that going back to being Kor, the maiden-picking flowers, defined entirely by her relationship to her mother, wasn't possible anymore. She'd been transformed. She'd learned what it meant to rule, to have authority, to be feared and respected as the queen of the dead. Could she really go back to being just a daughter after experiencing that kind of power? The version where Persephone chooses to eat the seeds, knowing their significance, is appealing to modern sensibilities because it gives her agency in her own story, makes her something more than a passive victim bouncing between her mother and her husband. But we need to be careful about retrofitting ancient myths with modern values just because we prefer stories where women make their own choices. The original myths were created in a culture that didn't particularly value female agency, where women's choices were constrained by male authority, where arranged marriages without the bride's consent were normal. Reading the pomegranate seeds as Persephone's choice, her way of ensuring she wouldn't have to return to her former life, might be giving the ancient storytellers more feminist credit than they deserve. What we can say is that the pomegranate seeds create the compromise that resolves the standoff. Persephone can return to the surface because she's still living, still connected to the world above through her nature as goddess and through her mother's pull. But she must return to the underworld for part of each year because she's eaten the food of the dead, bound herself to that realm through consumption. The number of seeds she ate determines the split. Most versions have her spending 4 to 6 months in the underworld and 6 to 8 months on the surface, though the exact division varies. This compromise satisfies no one completely but prevents total catastrophe. Demeter gets her daughter back, but not permanently. Hades gets to keep his queen, but not all the time. Persephone gets to experience both worlds, but she's perpetually split between them, never fully belonging to either. And this division, this compromise born from conflict between gods, becomes the explanation for seasons. When Persephone descends to the underworld, Demeter grieves and withdraws her blessings. The earth grows cold and barren. Nothing grows. Winter comes. When Persephone returns to the surface, Demeter's joy restores life to the world. Plants bloom, crops grow, warmth returns. Spring and summer follow. The year divides into growing season and dormant season, life and death, presence and absence, joy and grief. All because a mother lost her daughter and refused to accept that loss. All because a daughter ate pomegranate seeds in the underworld and bound herself to 2 worlds simultaneously. All because gods made choices, and those choices had consequences that rippled out to affect everything and everyone. The ancient Greeks built their agricultural calendar around this myth. They planted in autumn when Persephone began her descent, trusting that seeds buried in dark earth would eventually sprout when she returned. They harvested before winter when Demeter's grief made the world inhospitable to growth. They celebrated spring festivals when Persephone came back to the surface, and her mother's joy made everything bloom. Their entire relationship with farming, with food, with the cycle of life and death that governed their survival, all of it was structured around this story of a goddess who was taken, transformed, and ultimately split between two realms. The myth wasn't separate from their daily life. The myth was the framework that made daily life comprehensible. And Demeter's grief, her year of searching, her refusal to accept her daughter's loss, her willingness to let the world starve rather than yield to divine authority that dismissed her voice. This became the model for maternal love as a force powerful enough to challenge cosmic order. She wasn't the most powerful goddess. She wasn't the wisest or the most magically gifted or the best warrior. But she loved her daughter enough to hold creation hostage until that love was acknowledged as valid, as important, as worthy of consideration in divine decision-making. She refused to be dismissed. She refused to accept that male gods could dispose of her daughter without consequence. She made them acknowledge her grief, her bond with Persephone, her right to have a voice in her daughter's future. In a culture where women had limited rights, where daughters were property transferred from fathers to husbands, where maternal bonds were expected to be severed without complaint when girls married and left their birth families, in that culture, having a myth where a mother successfully challenges the patriarchal power structure and forces the king of gods to back down was genuinely radical. Demeter's grief was validated. Her love was acknowledged as a legitimate force capable of reshaping reality. Her refusal to accept her daughter's abduction was honoured in the myth's resolution, even if that resolution was a compromise rather than a complete victory. The compromise itself, Persephone spending part of the year in each realm, mirrors the reality of Greek women's lives in some ways. When daughters married, they didn't completely leave their mothers. They might visit. They might return for festivals or family occasions. The bond was changed, complicated, no longer primary, but it still existed. Persephone's divided year could be read as acknowledging that mothers and daughters remain connected even after marriage separates them, that the relationship adapts but doesn't disappear, that grief at separation is legitimate even when the separation is necessary or inevitable or arranged by proper authority. But the myth goes further than just validating maternal grief. It makes that grief cosmically significant. It says that Demeter's loss matters so much that it changes the world. When she grieves, everything grieves with her. When she rejoices, everything rejoices with her. Her emotions aren't private, personal, contained within herself. They ripple out to affect all of existence. This is one of the few Greek myths where a female god's emotional state determines the functioning of the cosmos, rather than being dismissed as excessive feminine feeling that should be controlled or ignored. Zeus's anger could cause storms, but those were temporary, localized. Demeter's grief causes winter, every year, forever. Her grief becomes part of the natural order. Her refusal to accept her daughter's loss becomes a permanent feature of how the world works. And here's something often overlooked in discussions of this myth. Demeter wins. Not completely, not perfectly, but she wins in ways that matter. She gets her daughter back for part of each year. She forces Zeus to compromise, to acknowledge that his decision was problematic, to accept that maternal bonds matter and cannot be simply severed by patriarchal authority. She changes cosmic policy through nothing but grief and refusal to cooperate. She has no army. She doesn't fight anyone. She doesn't use violence or threats or force. She just says no, and she means it absolutely, and she maintains that position until the gods who thought they could dismiss her realize that they can't, that her cooperation is essential, that her voice matters, that her love for her daughter is a force that must be reckoned with. In the framework of the myth, Demeter becomes a model for how to challenge authority when you don't have official power. Find what you control that they need, and withhold it until they acknowledge your voice. This strategy has been used throughout human history by people without formal power, challenging systems that dismissed them. Workers striking to demand better conditions. Civil disobedience campaigns withholding cooperation from unjust laws. Economic boycotts refusing to participate in systems that exploit. All of these tactics echo Demeter's strategy. Find your leverage, refuse to cooperate, maintain your position despite pressure, force those in authority to negotiate rather than simply command. The myth validates this approach. It shows a goddess without official authority successfully challenging the king of gods through strategic refusal to perform her function. It demonstrates that power structures depend on the cooperation of those they claim authority over, and when that cooperation is withdrawn, the structures fail. Zeus couldn't make Demeter restore her gifts. He could only negotiate, compromise, acknowledge that his initial decision had created an untenable situation. The mother who was supposed to quietly accept her daughter's arranged marriage instead brought the world to its knees and forced the gods to revise their plans. This is why generations of women looked to Demeter as a patron goddess, why the Eleusinian mysteries, the most important religious rites in ancient Greece, centered on her story and Persephone's transformation. Because this myth validated experiences that were otherwise dismissed by dominant culture. It said that maternal love matters, that grief at loss is legitimate and powerful, that women's voices deserve to be heard even in decisions made by male authority, that refusing to accept injustice, even when that injustice is sanctioned by the most powerful beings in existence, can force change, that holding firm to what you know is right, even when everyone tells you to accept and move on, can reshape reality itself. The compromise that creates winter is both tragedy and triumph. Tragedy because Persephone cannot stay on the surface permanently, because Demeter must grieve every year when her daughter descends, because the mother-daughter bond that was violated is never fully restored. Triumph because Persephone does return, because Demeter's grief is acknowledged as valid and significant, because maternal love proves strong enough to force cosmic change. The myth doesn't give us a happy ending where everything returns to how it was before. It gives us a realistic ending where everyone gets something and no one gets everything, where trauma creates permanent change, where the world adapts to accommodate irreconcilable needs. And every autumn, when the air grows cold and plants begin to die, when farmers bring in the harvest and prepare for barren months ahead, the ancient Greeks understood what was happening. Persephone was descending to the underworld again. Demeter was beginning her period of grief. The world was dying because a mother missed her daughter. This wasn't a scientific explanation for seasonal change, but it was a human explanation, an emotional truth given mythological form. It said that the world dying and being reborn each year wasn't random or mechanical, it was personal. It was about love and loss and transformation, and the eternal cycle of grief and joy that makes existence bearable even when existence is hard. Winter exists because a mother grieves. Spring returns because a mother rejoices. The cycle continues because grief and joy alternate, because Persephone cannot belong to just one world, because the compromise that resolved divine conflict becomes the pattern that governs all of life. Seeds must be buried in darkness before they sprout. Life must pass through death before rebirth. The maiden must descend to the underworld before she can become the queen. Everything connects. Everything matters. Every detail serves the larger truth that transformation requires descent, that growth requires darkness, that you cannot have spring without winter, or life without death or joy without grief. The ancient Greeks knew this. They built their civilization around this knowledge. They told this story to explain why the world worked the way it did, but also to validate their own experiences of loss and transformation and adaptation to circumstances they couldn't control. Everyone is Persephone at some point, taken from innocence, forced into new roles, transformed by experiences they didn't choose. Everyone is Demeter at some point, grieving losses, refusing to accept what others say is inevitable, fighting for what matters even when fighting seems futile. The myth contains both characters, both experiences, both truths about what it means to exist in a world where change is constant and loss is inevitable, but love persists anyway. And when winter comes again this year, just like it's come every year for as long as seasons have existed, remember what it really means. Remember that the cold and dark and death of the growing season isn't just weather patterns and axial tilt. It's Demeter grieving for Persephone. It's a mother's love made manifest in the world's cycles. It's the proof that some bonds cannot be permanently severed, some losses cannot be quietly accepted, some grief is powerful enough to change how the world works. Winter exists because a goddess refused to pretend everything was fine when her daughter was taken. Spring returns because love proves stronger than even death itself, because Persephone comes back, because Demeter's joy restores what her grief withdrew. That's the story. That's the truth encoded in the myth. That's why the ancient Greeks told this tale and retold it and made it central to their understanding of existence. Not because it accurately described climate science, but because it accurately described something deeper. The necessity of transformation, The power of maternal love, the reality that loss and return are both permanent parts of existence, the truth that you can descend into darkness and emerge changed and survive anyway. Core became Persephone. Demeter's grief created winter. The world learned to die and be reborn. And all of it stemmed from one moment in a meadow where a goddess reached for a narcissus flower and everything changed forever. So we've reached the compromise that nobody wanted, but everyone had to accept. And now we need to talk about what this actually meant in practice. Because the ancient Greeks didn't just say, oh, Persephone spends half the year up here and half down there, mystery solved, and move on with their lives. They built their entire civilization around this division. They structured their year, their agriculture, their religious calendar, their understanding of existence itself around the cyclical pattern of a goddess moving between two worlds. This wasn't background information. This was the operating system their entire culture ran on. Let's start with spring, because chronologically that's when Persephone returns to the surface, and because spring was absolutely crucial to ancient Greek survival, in ways that modern people with year-round supermarkets and global food supply chains have trouble really grasping. When Persephone ascended from the underworld, and the myths describe this as a literal ascension, her emerging from the earth at the same spot where she'd been taken, the ground opening to release her rather than to swallow her, when she returned to the world of light and growth, everything changed. Immediately. Dramatically. Persephone's return wasn't a gradual process. It was an event. One day the world was dead and cold, and the next day the goddess of spring was back and her mother's joy made everything explode into life. Demeter's response to her daughter's return was apparently the divine equivalent of every emotional reunion scene ever filmed, except with more flowers and less airport security. The myths describe her rushing to meet Persephone, embracing her, weeping with joy, asking 1,000 questions about her time in the underworld, trying to confirm that she was actually there, actually real, actually back. And in her joy, in that moment of overwhelming relief and happiness when she holds her daughter again after months of grief, Demeter's power floods back into the world. Not gradually, not tentatively, but all at once, like someone flipping a switch from death to life with no dimmer setting in between. The earth responds immediately. Seeds that had been lying dormant in frozen ground suddenly germinate. Plants that had been dead stumps suddenly sprout new growth. Flowers push through soil that had been hard as stone just hours before. Trees that had been bare skeletons suddenly burst into bloom. The entire landscape transforms from grey and dead to green and vital, in what would have seemed like impossibly accelerated time if you were watching it happen. Which, of course, the Greeks believed they were watching happen every single spring, every single year. They weren't observing natural cycles driven by increasing daylight and warming temperatures. They were witnessing a mother's joy made manifest in the physical world. They were seeing divine love literally bring the earth back to life. And the timing of this transformation, the moment when Persephone returned, became the most important date in the Greek agricultural calendar. Not the spring equinox specifically, though that celestial event roughly corresponded to the mythological timing in many versions. But the return of Persephone, whenever local tradition said that happened, was when you knew winter was truly over, when you could trust that planting would be productive, when you could believe that the world wasn't going to stay frozen and dead forever. Because here's something modern people forget about pre-industrial societies. Winter was genuinely terrifying. You didn't know for certain that spring would come. You hoped it would. You trusted that the pattern would repeat, but every winter carried the possibility that this might be the year when it didn't, when the cold just continued forever, when nothing grew again and everyone starved. Having a mythological explanation that guaranteed spring's return, having Persephone bound by cosmic law to come back to the surface, having Demeter's joy dependably restore her gifts when her daughter returned, this was psychologically essential for getting through the dead months when survival was uncertain. The Greeks celebrated Persephone's return with festivals that were part religious ceremony, part agricultural marker, part communal relief that they'd survived another winter. The exact names and dates of these festivals varied by location. Ancient Greece wasn't a unified nation with standardized religious practices. It was a collection of city-states that shared general mythological frameworks, but had their own local variations and emphases. But the basic pattern was consistent. When Persephone came back, you celebrated. You made offerings to Demeter in gratitude for the return of her gifts. You honored Persephone as the bringer of spring. You planted your crops. You trusted that the cycle was continuing as it should, that the cosmos was functioning properly, that the deal struck between gods was holding. Spring festivals in ancient Greece were fascinating combinations of solemn religious rites and what can only be described as absolutely wild parties, which honestly makes sense when you consider they were celebrating not dying of starvation over the winter. The serious component involved sacrifices, prayers, processions to temples, offerings of first fruits when those became available. The less serious component involved drinking, so much drinking. The Greeks really enjoyed their wine and considered moderation to be something other cultures worried about. Feasting on food that had been carefully rationed over winter, dancing, singing, general celebration of being alive and having something to celebrate about. Modern spring break has nothing on ancient Greek spring festivals for sheer exuberant relief at surviving another season of potential death. The Anthesteria festival, celebrated in Athens in late February or early March, literally translates to flower festival and marked the beginning of spring. It involved opening the new wine, they'd been fermenting it since the autumn harvest, which required remarkable self-control given Greek attitudes toward alcohol, and having a drinking competition that was apparently judged on speed rather than taste, which explains a lot about the festival's reputation for chaos. There were also rituals to honour Dionysus, god of wine and theatre and getting absolutely wasted, and ceremonies involving flowers and the awakening of the dead, because the Greeks liked to mix their celebration themes creatively. The dead were thought to walk among the living during this festival, which sounds ominous but was actually part of acknowledging that the boundary between life and death, between the underworld and the surface world, was particularly thin during Persephone's transition periods. When she was moving between realms, things got weird. The cosmic borders got fuzzy. You might encounter your dead ancestors at a party, which probably made family reunions even more awkward than usual. The Thesmophoria, celebrated in autumn but explicitly connected to Demeter and Persephone, was a women-only festival that lasted several days and involved fasting, sacrifice and mysterious rites that men were absolutely forbidden from witnessing on pain of severe punishment. We don't actually know all the details of what happened during Thesmophoria, because the Greeks took their mystery rites seriously, and people genuinely didn't talk about the secret ceremonies even centuries later when Greek religion was dying out, and you'd think someone would have spilled the beans just for historical purposes. But we know it involved themes of death and rebirth, agricultural fertility, and the relationship between Demeter and Persephone. Women would carry piglets into caves. Don't ask. Greek religious symbolism was specific and deeply weird, and do various rituals involving seeds and sacrifice and prayers for good harvests. The point is, this wasn't casual worship. This was essential religious practice tied directly to survival, to the hope that the cycle would continue, that Persephone would keep returning, that Demeter would keep blessing the crops. But let's get back to the mythological mechanics of what happens when Persephone returns each spring. The earth doesn't just become fertile again, it becomes excessively, almost aggressively fertile. The myths describe abundance, growth that seems supernatural even by divine standards. This makes sense when you think about it as Demeter overcompensating for months of grief. She's been withholding her blessings, letting the world suffer because her daughter was absent. Now her daughter is back, and Demeter is pouring every bit of her joy and relief and gratitude into making things grow. It's not a measured, balanced restoration of agricultural potential. It's a goddess who spent months in mourning suddenly overwhelmed with happiness and expressing that happiness through her divine function. Everything grows. Everything blooms. Everything flourishes. The world gets Demeter's full attention and full blessing, and the result is the explosion of growth that characterizes spring and early summer in Mediterranean climates. Persephone's own role in this abundance is significant. She's not just the passive object of her mother's attention, she's the goddess of spring herself. Her return doesn't just make Demeter happy, her presence has its own effect on the world. She brings qualities from the underworld with her, carries seeds of transformation, embodies the potential that was buried in darkness, and is now emerging into light. She's the proof that what dies can live again, that what's buried can sprout, that descent into darkness doesn't mean permanent ending. Her return validates every farmer who plants seeds in apparently dead earth and trusts they'll grow. She's the divine guarantee that the cycle continues, that winter ends, that life wins over death at least temporarily, and that temporary victory is enough to sustain existence for another year. The relationship between Demeter and Persephone during the spring and summer months, the portion of the year when they're together, is described in the myths as close, joyful, characterized by the harmony you'd expect between a mother and daughter who've been forcibly separated and are now reunited. They work together blessing the crops, ensuring abundant harvests, responding to prayers from farmers and their families. This is the good portion of the year, the time when divine favour is freely given, when the goddesses are happy and therefore generous with their gifts. Greeks praying for agricultural success during spring and summer could expect positive responses because the goddesses they were praying to were in good moods. Demeter had her daughter back. Persephone was in the world of light and growth rather than trapped in the underworld. Everything was as it should be. The natural state of existence had been temporarily restored before the inevitable return of separation. But here's where the cycle's nature becomes crucial to understanding how Greeks thought about time and existence. The spring and summer weren't seen as the normal state from which autumn and winter were unfortunate deviations. Spring and summer were one half of a binary, one portion of an eternal cycle. The Greeks didn't view the warm months as inherently superior to the cold months in some moral sense, even though they obviously preferred being warm and well-fed to being cold and starving. They understood that you couldn't have growth without dormancy, couldn't have harvest without planting, couldn't have life without death. The year required both halves. Existence required both states. You couldn't isolate spring and make it last forever. Well, you could in theory, but that would break the cosmic order, violate the compromise between gods, and probably result in even worse consequences than eternal winter. This acceptance of cyclicality as necessary rather than as a problem to be solved is fundamentally different from how modern Western culture often thinks about time and progress. We tend to think linearly. Things get better, we move forward, we improve, we develop, we advance towards some ideal future state. The Greeks thought cyclically. Things change, they change back, they change again, the pattern repeats, and that repetition is how the cosmos maintains itself. You don't progress beyond the cycle. You don't escape the pattern. You accept it, work within it, structure your life around it, and find meaning in the repetition itself rather than in escape from repetition. So when summer reaches its height, when crops are growing abundantly, when food is plentiful, when Demeter and Persephone are together and everything is flourishing, Greeks didn't think, great, we've solved existence, let's maintain this forever. They thought, this is the peak, which means decline is coming, which means we need to prepare for the inevitable transition back to the dark half of the year. They harvested knowing that Persephone would descend soon. They stored food knowing that Demeter's grief would make new growth impossible for months. They made offerings to the goddesses knowing that no amount of sacrifice would change the fundamental pattern. Persephone would leave, Demeter would grieve, winter would come. The cycle was inevitable. The only variable was whether you were prepared for it. And then, right on schedule, when the appointed time came, usually somewhere around late September or October by modern calendar reckoning, though again, the Greeks weren't working with standardized international calendars, Persephone would have to return to the underworld. The myths don't give us detailed descriptions of her departure each year. They don't tell us if Hades came to fetch her, or if she went voluntarily, if there were tearful goodbyes between mother and daughter, or stoic acceptance of necessity. They don't tell us if Persephone resisted leaving or went willingly, if she dreaded returning to the realm of the dead or had come to accept her role there. The focus is always on Demeter's response to the departure, on what happens in the world above when Persephone descends, rather than on the emotional dynamics of the transition itself. But we can infer some things. After the first year, after the initial abduction and the cosmic crisis it caused, Persephone's annual descent became routine. It was expected. It was scheduled. It was part of the cosmic order that all beings, divine and mortal, had to accept. Demeter knew it was coming. She couldn't prevent it. The deal had been struck. The pomegranate seeds had bound Persephone to the underworld for a portion of each year, and that binding couldn't be broken without causing the same kind of cosmic crisis that the original abduction had caused. So Demeter let her daughter go. Every year, knowing that she'd return eventually, knowing that this separation was temporary, but grieving anyway because knowing doesn't prevent feeling, and gods apparently felt their emotions with the same intensity that powered their divine functions. When Persephone descended, the world changed immediately. Just like her return triggered instant spring, her departure triggered instant autumn. The myths describe plants beginning to wither, leaves changing colour and falling, growth slowing and then stopping entirely, the earth preparing for dormancy. This wasn't gradual climate shift driven by planetary mechanics. This was a goddess leaving, and her departure removing some essential quality from the world that made growth possible. Persephone took spring with her when she went down to the underworld. She carried light into darkness. She brought life into the realm of death. And the world above, deprived of her presence, began its own descent into the dead season. Demeter's grief, renewed each year when Persephone left, was described as less intense than that first terrible year when she didn't know where her daughter was or if she'd ever return. This was anticipated grief, prepared for grief that had a known end date. She knew Persephone would come back in a few months. She knew the separation was temporary, but she grieved anyway. She withdrew her blessings anyway. She let the world go cold and barren anyway, because even expected loss is still loss. Even temporary separation is still separation. Even grief that you know will end eventually is still grief while you're experiencing it. Gods might be immortal and powerful, but the myths make clear that they feel emotions just as intensely as mortals, perhaps more intensely, because they have the power to express those emotions through changes in the physical world. The timing of Persephone's annual descent correlated with the autumn harvest in most Greek regions. You brought in your crops, stored your food, made your preparations for winter, and then Persephone left and growth became impossible until her return. This alignment was obviously intentional from a mythological standpoint. The goddess who represented spring and growth needed to depart at the point in the year when growth naturally stopped. But it also created a neat symbolic parallel. Humans were storing the products of growth underground in storage cellars and grain silos at the exact same time that the goddess of growth was descending underground to the realm of the dead. Everything that sustained life was going into darkness, food into storage, goddess into underworld. Everything was being buried, preserved, kept in darkness until the time came for return to light. Autumn festivals in ancient Greece had a different character than spring celebrations. Less exuberant joy, more solemn gratitude. You were thanking the goddesses for the harvest you'd received, for the abundance that would sustain you through winter, for the cycle continuing as it should. But you were also preparing for separation, for absence, for the portion of the year when divine favour would be withdrawn. The Thesmophoria festival I mentioned earlier happened in autumn specifically because it was when women needed to ensure Demeter's continued blessing, needed to acknowledge Persephone's departure, needed to participate in rites that would guarantee the cycle's continuation. You couldn't just take the harvest for granted. You had to show proper respect, make proper offerings, participate in proper rituals. The goddesses had given you the means to survive winter. The least you could do was acknowledge that gift appropriately before they withdrew to their respective realms of grief and governance of the dead. The Eleusinian Mysteries, the most important religious rites in all of ancient Greece, took place in autumn. We'll talk about the mysteries in more detail later, but for now just understand that they involved a dramatic ritual reenactment of Persephone's descent and Demeter's grief. Initiates, and this included pretty much everyone in Greek society who was eligible. These weren't exclusive rites for a small elite, would participate in ceremonies that symbolically took them through the experience of loss, searching, descent into darkness, and eventual revelation of the mystery of death and rebirth. The exact nature of what was revealed was kept secret under pain of death, and the Greeks were so serious about this that we still don't know all the details thousands of years later. But the mysteries were centered on Persephone's story, on her transformation from maiden to queen, on her divided existence between light and dark. And they happened in autumn, when she was descending, when the world was dying, when humans needed reassurance that death wasn't the end, that cycles continued, that what descended would return. Winter itself, in the Greek understanding, was Demeter's grief made manifest. It wasn't just cold weather, it was divine mourning. The goddess of agriculture was sad, therefore nothing grew. The goddess who controlled fertility of the earth was grieving, therefore the earth was barren. This wasn't metaphorical connection. This was direct cause and effect. Demeter's emotional state literally determined the Earth's productivity. When she was happy, things grew. When she was sad, they didn't. Simple as that. And she was sad every winter because her daughter was gone, ruling the underworld alongside Hades, far from sunlight and growing things, separated from her mother by cosmic necessity and the binding power of pomegranate seeds. The Greeks didn't try to minimize winter or pretend it wasn't difficult. They acknowledged it as a dead time, a time of endurance rather than of flourishing. You survived winter. You didn't thrive during it. You lived on stored food, stayed inside as much as possible, and ancient Greek buildings were not exactly known for their insulation or heating systems, so staying inside was marginally less miserable than being outside, but still pretty miserable. You wore heavier clothing, which for Greeks meant basically wrapping yourself in more layers of the same linen and wool garments you wore in summer, achieving maximum coverage, if not maximum warmth. You burned wood for heat, assuming you could afford wood and hadn't already burned through your supply. You waited. You trusted that spring would come because Persephone always returned, but you waited in cold and dark and limited food supply, and waiting was not exactly pleasant. Winter was also when mortality rates peaked. The old, the young, the already sick, winter killed them. Cold and inadequate nutrition and infectious diseases that spread more easily when everyone was crowded inside together took their toll. Every Greek family probably knew someone who died in winter, who hadn't survived to see another spring. And this mortality was part of the same pattern as Persephone's descent. The goddess of spring going to rule the dead correlated with more humans dying. The seasonal pattern that governed agriculture also governed human death rates. Everything was connected. The personal and the cosmic weren't separate categories. They were all part of the same cycle of life and death that played out annually as Persephone moved between realms. But here's something crucial that often gets lost in descriptions of Greek winter and Demeter's grief. Winter wasn't portrayed as evil or wrong. It was portrayed as necessary. Difficult, yes. Something to be endured rather than enjoyed, absolutely. But necessary. The earth needed dormancy. Seeds needed to be buried in cold ground before they could germinate. The land needed rest after the intensity of spring growth and summer abundance. You couldn't just have endless summer. The soil would be depleted, the natural cycles would be disrupted, the balance would fail. Winter was hard, but it was required. Demeter's grief was painful, but it served a purpose. Persephone's absence from the surface world created the conditions necessary for her return to trigger the explosive growth of spring. This acceptance of difficulty as necessary is another area where Greek thought diverges from modern Western assumptions. We tend to think that suffering should be eliminated, that difficulties should be overcome, that if something is hard we should find a way to make it easier, or remove it entirely. The Greeks thought some suffering was just part of existence, that some difficulties couldn't be removed without breaking the patterns that made life possible, that the cosmos required both joy and grief, both abundance and scarcity, both life and death. You couldn't have one without the other. Trying to eliminate winter would eliminate spring too. Trying to prevent Demeter's grief would prevent her joy. The cycle required both halves, and the cycle itself, this annual pattern of Persephone's descent and return, of winter and spring, of grief and joy, of death and rebirth, became the fundamental pattern that Greeks used to understand pretty much everything. Time was cyclical. Generations were cyclical. You were born, grew up, had children, died, and your children repeated the pattern. Agricultural work was cyclical. Planting, growing, harvesting, storing, waiting, planting again. Life itself was cyclical. You lived, you died, but life continued in your descendants, in your community, in the eternal return of spring after winter. Nothing was permanent except the pattern of change itself. Nothing lasted forever except the cycle that guaranteed change would continue. This worldview affected how Greeks thought about basically everything. History wasn't seen as linear progress towards some better future. It was seen as cycles of rise and fall, golden ages followed by decline followed by eventual renewal. Personal virtue wasn't about constantly improving yourself towards some ideal state. It was about maintaining balance, fulfilling your role in the social order, acting appropriately in each phase of life's cycle. Even politics was understood cyclically. Governments rose and fell. Democracies became tyrannies, became oligarchies, became democracies, and the pattern repeated endlessly. Nothing escaped the cycle. Everything was subject to the same pattern of change and return that governed the seasons. And at the center of this entire worldview was Persephone's myth. Her story wasn't just an explanation for seasons, it was the template for understanding existence. Everything that lived had to die. Everything that died could be reborn, transformed, renewed. You descended into darkness, metaphorically or literally, and you emerged changed, carrying what you'd learned in the depths. You couldn't stay in the spring of your life forever. You had to move through summer and autumn and winter, and if you survived winter, you reached spring again, but you weren't the same person who'd experienced that spring previously. The cycle continued, but you were transformed by moving through it. Persephone embodied this transformation perfectly. She wasn't just a goddess who moved between realms, she was different in each realm. On the surface during spring and summer, she was associated with flowers, growth, youth, joy, the return of life. In the underworld during autumn and winter, she was the dread queen of the dead, the one who judged souls, the goddess with authority over endings and darkness. Same goddess, two completely different aspects, two different names even, Core on the surface in some traditions, Persephone below. She contained both realities simultaneously. She was both the maiden and the queen, both spring and winter, both life and death. And by being both, by moving between these states annually, she proved that contradictions could coexist, that you could be multiple things, that identity wasn't fixed but fluid and responsive to cycles of change. This has profound implications for how Greeks thought about personal transformation. You weren't just one thing forever. You changed as you moved through life's cycles. The person you were as a child wasn't the person you became as an adult. The person you were before trauma wasn't the person you became after. The person you were at the beginning of a difficult experience wasn't the person who emerged from that experience. And all of these selves were you, were valid, were necessary parts of your complete existence. Persephone proved this was how things worked. She proved that transformation was necessary. She proved that you could descend into hell and come back, and the person who came back was both the same person and completely different. The annual cycle of her movement between realms also created a sense of reliable change that was psychologically essential. Yes, winter came every year, but spring also came every year. Yes, Persephone descended into darkness, but she always returned. Yes, Demeter grieved, but she always rejoiced again when her daughter came back. The pattern repeated. The cycle continued. And this repetition, this reliability, this guarantee that what had happened before would happen again, this was enormously comforting in a world where so much was uncertain and unpredictable. You couldn't control whether you'd survive illness or injury. You couldn't control whether invaders would attack your city. You couldn't control whether drought or flood or plague would devastate your community. But you could control, or at least the gods controlled, whether spring would come after winter. Persephone would return. Demeter would be happy again. The cycle would continue. That much was certain. That much you could trust. And that trust, that faith in the cycle's continuation, sustained agricultural civilizations through the difficult times. When winter was hard, when food was running low, when people were dying from cold and disease and malnutrition, you could tell yourself, spring is coming. Persephone will return. Demeter will restore her blessings. The crops will grow again. We just have to survive until the cycle continues. And that hope, grounded in mythological certainty, made survival possible. It gave you a reason to ration your food carefully, to preserve your seed grain for planting even when you were hungry, to make it through another day and another day because spring was coming, even if you couldn't see any sign of it yet in the frozen world around you. The Greeks marked the cycle's turning points with festivals and rituals that reinforced the communal nature of experiencing these transitions. Everyone moved through the same annual pattern together. Everyone experienced Persephone's return at the same time. Everyone felt the effects of her departure at the same time. This shared experience of the cycle created social cohesion, gave communities a common framework for understanding their place in time and in the cosmos. You weren't just an individual experiencing random changes in weather and agricultural productivity. You were part of a community experiencing the cosmic drama of Persephone's movement between realms, participating in the eternal cycle that governed all existence, connected to everyone else who was also living through these patterns. And the rituals, the festivals, the sacrifices, the prayers, the ceremonies, these weren't just religious obligations. They were ways of actively participating in the cycle, of feeling like you had some agency in ensuring its continuation. You couldn't force Persephone to return. That was guaranteed by cosmic law. But you could honor her return appropriately. You could thank Demeter for her gifts. You could participate in the mysteries and gain understanding of the deeper meanings behind the cycle. You could feel like you were doing your part to maintain the cosmic order rather than just passively experiencing it. The rituals gave humans a role in the divine drama, made them participants rather than just observers. The cycle also structured Greek concepts of time in interesting ways. They didn't think about years as numbered sequences the way we do now, 2024, 2025, 2026. They thought about years as iterations of the same pattern. This was the year when Persephone returned and descended, just like every year before and every year that would come after. Time wasn't a line extending from past into future, it was a wheel, rotating through the same positions endlessly. You measured time by cycles. How many harvests had you seen? How many times had Persephone returned? How many winters had you survived? Age wasn't a number increasing linearly. It was a count of how many times you'd moved through the complete cycle. This cyclical time sense affected how Greeks told stories and recorded history. Events were dated by relating them to other events, in the year when so-and-so was Archon, or during the 3rd year of such and such war, rather than by giving them absolute numerical dates. The pattern mattered more than the specific position on some imaginary timeline. What was significant was how events related to each other, how they fit into cycles of rise and fall, how they reflected eternal patterns rather than representing unique moments in linear progression. Even their greatest heroes' stories were structured around journeys out and back, descents and returns, conflicts that resolved into new equilibriums that would eventually be disrupted again. The cycle pervaded everything, and at the cosmic level, the cycle of Persephone's movement between realms was what made existence itself possible. Without her descent, there would be no winter, but there would also be no spring. Without Demeter's grief, there would be no dormancy, but there would also be no explosive renewal when grief transformed into joy. Without the annual pattern of death and rebirth, the world would be static, unchanging, eventually depleted and dead in a different way than winter's temporary death. The cycle wasn't just how things happened to work, it was why things could work at all. It was the mechanism of existence, the pattern that allowed life to continue indefinitely, rather than burning out in one season of growth with no rest, no renewal, no transformation through darkness. Persephone's divided existence, half the year in light, half in darkness, was also seen as giving her unique wisdom, unique authority, unique understanding that other gods lacked. She knew both realms intimately. She understood life because she experienced it during her time on the surface. She understood death because she ruled it during her time in the Underworld. She could bridge these realms because she belonged to both. She could speak to the living with authority about death because she governed the dead. She could speak to the dead with understanding about life because she returned to life every year. No other god had this dual perspective, this complete knowledge of both sides of existence. Even Hades, who ruled the Underworld perpetually, had never lived as a growing, changing being experiencing spring. Even Demeter, who blessed the living world, had never descended to the realm of the dead. Persephone alone knew both. This unique position gave her special importance in Greek religious practices related to death and afterlife. People prayed to her as Queen of the Underworld, asking for favourable treatment when their own time came to descend. They made offerings to her seeking her intercession on behalf of deceased loved ones. They participated in mystery rites that promised initiates would receive special consideration in the afterlife because of Persephone's favour. She wasn't just the goddess of spring, she was the goddess who could ensure that death wasn't the end of everything, that some part of you continued in the Underworld, that the cycle of transformation continued even after your body stopped participating in it. She proved that death was transition rather than ending, that what went down into darkness could emerge transformed, that the cycle included you even after you died. The Eleusinian mysteries, which I keep mentioning and promising to discuss in more detail, were fundamentally about this promise. Initiates experienced a ritual that symbolically took them through death and rebirth, that showed them the mystery of Persephone's transformation, that revealed, well, we don't know exactly what it revealed because nobody talked about it on pain of death, and the Greeks were serious enough about this that the secrets were actually kept. But whatever was revealed, it apparently gave initiates confidence about the afterlife, assurance that death wasn't something to fear, understanding that the same cycle of descent and return that governed the seasons would govern their own eventual transition from life to death. Persephone's story proved it was possible. Her annual return guaranteed it would happen. The cycle continued for her. It would continue for you too. This is why the myth was so central to Greek religion and culture. It wasn't just an interesting story about why seasons existed. It was the foundational narrative that explained how existence worked, that gave structure to time and meaning to death, that promised continuation beyond apparent endings, that guaranteed the cycle would repeat. Everything else in Greek religion built on this foundation. All the other myths, all the other gods and their various domains and conflicts, all the local cults and variant traditions, they all operated within the framework established by Persephone's story. The cycle was primary, the transformation was essential, the pattern was eternal. And when autumn came each year, when leaves began to fall and temperatures dropped and Persephone's time on the surface was ending, Greeks didn't respond with surprise or distress at the unexpected arrival of winter. They responded with preparations for a transition they knew was coming, had always been coming, would always come. They harvested their crops and stored their food and said their prayers and made their offerings and watched as the goddess descended once again to her throne in the Underworld. They felt Demeter's grief as the world grew cold and barren. They endured the dark months knowing that light would return because it always did. Because Persephone was bound by cosmic law to return, because the cycle was reliable even when everything else in life was uncertain. And when spring came, when Persephone ascended from the underworld and her mother's joy made everything bloom and grow again, Greeks didn't think, thank God that's over, hopefully winter won't come back. They thought, the cycle continues, the pattern holds, the cosmos is functioning as it should, we have another year of growth and harvest ahead of us before the next descent. They celebrated return while knowing departure was inevitable. They embraced joy while expecting grief. They lived in the present moment while understanding that the present was just one part of an eternal cycle, that their grandchildren and their grandchildren's grandchildren would continue experiencing long after they were dead, and their own souls had descended to be judged by Persephone in her role as queen of the underworld. This is what the birth of the seasons meant to ancient Greeks. Not just an explanation for observable natural phenomena, not just a story to tell children, not just religious mythology that they happened to believe. It was their understanding of how existence worked at the most fundamental level. It was their framework for processing time, change, loss, renewal, death, transformation. It was the pattern that made sense of everything else. It was the guarantee that however hard winter got, spring would come. However deep you descended, you could return. However much you were transformed by darkness, you remained yourself. The cycle continued. The pattern held. Persephone moved between realms, and the world moved with her, and that movement was what made life possible in the first place. They built temples to Demeter and Persephone. They performed daily sacrifices. They held annual festivals marking the transitions. They initiated citizens into the mysteries that revealed the deeper truths behind the myth. They structured their agricultural calendar around the goddesses' movements. They dated events by harvests and seasons rather than by numbered years. They saw the pattern everywhere, in their own lives, in their communities' histories, in the rise and fall of civilizations, in the eternal cycle of birth and death and rebirth that governed everything. They didn't just know the myth of Persephone. They lived it. They experienced it. They were part of it, carried along by the same cycle that carried the goddess between light and darkness and back again. And we're still part of it, whether we acknowledge it or not. Every autumn when leaves fall and the world begins its annual death, Persephone is descending. Every spring when flowers bloom and life returns, she's coming back. The cycle continues regardless of whether anyone remembers the myth that explains it. The pattern holds regardless of whether modern people understand it as divine drama or as axial tilt and solar radiation angles. Winter comes because it must. Spring returns because it always does. The world dies and lives again in an endless cycle that predates human civilization and will continue long after human civilization ends. That's what the Greeks understood and encoded in their myth about a goddess who ate pomegranate seeds and bound herself to two worlds simultaneously. The cycle is eternal. The transformation is necessary. The pattern is existence itself. Everything else is just details. Now we need to talk about the single most impressive act of collective secret-keeping in human history. We need to talk about the Eleusinian mysteries, religious rites centered on Persephone and Demeter that were celebrated for nearly 2,000 years, that initiated hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people across that span, and about which we still have absolutely no idea what actually happened in the most important parts of the ceremony. Because every single person who participated in these rites, from the most powerful emperors to ordinary farmers, from brilliant philosophers to illiterate labourers, kept their mouths shut about the central revelation. For 2 millennia, in an age before non-disclosure agreements or legal contracts or any enforcement mechanism beyond religious obligation and social pressure, they just didn't talk about it. And that fact alone tells us something profound about what these mysteries meant to the people who experienced them. Let's establish some context, because the Eleusinian mysteries weren't some fringe cult practiced by a small group of devotees in a cave somewhere. These were the most important, most prestigious, most widely attended religious ceremonies in the entire Greek world. Getting initiated into the mysteries was considered essential for any educated Greek. Not participating was seen as culturally incomplete. Like modern people who've never seen a major cultural touchstone film. Sure, you can function in society, but you're missing something that everyone else references and understands. Except the stakes were higher because the mysteries weren't entertainment. They were revelation about the nature of death and what comes after, topics that ancient people took significantly more seriously than we tend to in modern Western culture, where we've medicalized death and removed it from daily experience. The mysteries took place at Eleusis, a town about 14 miles northwest of Athens. Not a huge distance by modern standards. You could walk it in 4 or 5 hours if you were reasonably fit and didn't stop for breaks, which the ancient Greeks were definitely fit enough to do since walking was basically their primary mode of transportation, unless you were wealthy enough to afford horses or carriages, which most people weren't. The site at Eleusis was sacred to Demeter and Persephone, supposedly the location where Demeter had rested during her searching for her daughter, where she'd been shown hospitality by the local king, where she'd eventually revealed her divine nature and established her cult. The whole area was considered holy ground, and the temple complex there became one of the most important religious sites in Greece, rivaling Delphi and Olympia in significance though not in physical grandeur. The mysteries happened annually, in the autumn, timed to coincide with Persephone's descent to the Underworld. The exact dates varied slightly over the centuries as calendars changed and traditions evolved, but generally they took place in the month that corresponded roughly to late September or early October in modern reckoning. This timing was deliberate and symbolically perfect. You were being initiated into the mysteries of death and rebirth at the exact moment when the goddess who embodied death and rebirth was descending into the underworld for her annual stint as Queen of the Dead. The ritual mirrored the myth. The participants symbolically followed Persephone's path. The experience was meant to give you understanding of what she experienced, what transformation meant, what death meant, and what came after. But before you could participate in the actual mysteries at Eleusis, you had to be initiated in Athens at the lesser mysteries, which happened in spring, because the Greeks, being Greeks, couldn't just have one set of mysterious rites. They needed a preliminary set of mysterious rites to prepare you for the real mysterious rites. The lesser mysteries were like the qualification round, the preliminary exam, the make sure you're serious about this before we let you into the really important stuff stage. We know even less about the lesser mysteries than we do about the greater mysteries, which is saying something considering how little we know about the greater mysteries. But the lesser mysteries apparently involved purification rites, sacrifices, preliminary teachings about Demeter and Persephone, and probably some dramatic performances or ritual reenactments that introduced initiates to the basic narrative framework they'd need to understand what happened at Eleusis. Participation in the mysteries was remarkably democratic by ancient Greek standards, which generally weren't very democratic despite inventing democracy. You could be initiated regardless of social class. Slaves could participate if their masters allowed it and paid the fees. Women could participate on equal terms with men, which was unusual in Greek religious practice. Most major cults were gender segregated or gave women secondary roles. Free people and enslaved people, citizens and foreigners, men and women, rich and poor, all could be initiated. The only requirements were that you spoke Greek, which was necessary to understand the rituals and teachings, and that you hadn't committed murder, which would pollute the sacred space and offend the goddesses. Murderers were excluded not because the mysteries were morally judgmental about violence in general. This was ancient Greece. Violence was pretty normalized, but because murder created a specific kind of ritual pollution that was incompatible with sacred ceremonies. It was about spiritual contamination, not ethical judgment. This inclusive participation policy meant that the mysteries genuinely were a shared cultural experience for Greeks, in a way that few other religious rites were. If you lived in or near Athens, if you had any cultural aspirations whatsoever, if you cared about what happened after death, you got initiated. We have records of famous philosophers being initiated: Plato, Aristotle, Cicero when he visited Greece, Marcus Aurelius. We have records of military leaders, politicians, artists, playwrights, all participating. But we also know that ordinary people made up the vast majority of initiates, that farmers and craftsmen and merchants saved up money to pay the modest fees and took time away from their work to make the journey to Eleusis because this mattered, because understanding death mattered, because having the promise of something better in the afterlife mattered, when your daily existence was hard and your expected lifespan was short and you had no illusions about mortality being optional. The greater mysteries at Eleusis in autumn lasted about 9 days and involved an elaborate series of ritual actions, most of which we actually do know about because they happened in public or semi-public spaces where non-initiates could observe. It was only the final revelation, the ultimate ceremony that took place inside the telesterion, the initiation hall that was kept absolutely secret. Everything leading up to that moment we have reasonably good information about from ancient sources. Everything after that moment we know initiates left transformed, confident about death, carrying some understanding that they couldn't or wouldn't share. What happened during that moment? That's the mystery within the mysteries, the secret that was kept for 2,000 years. Here's what we know about the public parts of the ceremony. The mysteries began in Athens with a gathering of initiates and a series of preliminary rites. There was a procession to the sea where everyone richly bathed, which was both practical hygiene — ancient Greeks before a multi-day religious ceremony needed baths, this was pre-deodorant civilization — and symbolic purification. Each initiate sacrificed a pig, which seems oddly specific until you remember that pigs were associated with Demeter's mysteries for reasons that probably made sense to someone at some point but are now lost to history. The sacrifice created a bond between the initiate and the divine, marked you as someone participating in sacred action, and probably also provided meat for the communal feasting that followed, because ancient Greek religious ceremonies were never purely spiritual affairs, they always involved eating because gods and humans both appreciated a good meal. After several days of these preliminary activities in Athens, the real event began, the procession from Athens to Eleusis. This was a 14-mile ritual journey that thousands of people made together, walking the sacred way, the road connecting the two cities, while carrying sacred objects, singing hymns, making offerings at shrines along the route, and generally working themselves into the appropriate mental and spiritual state for what was coming. The procession wasn't a quick march. It took all day, with multiple stops for ritual actions, prayers, performances. There were priests and priestesses leading the way, carrying the hierer, the sacred objects whose nature was part of the mystery, and which we still don't know exactly what they were, though they probably included agricultural implements, grain, perhaps representations of Persephone and Demeter. There were musicians playing. There were people chanting. There were initiates carrying myrtle branches, which were sacred to the goddesses. It was a massive moving religious festival winding its way across the countryside toward the sacred site. Along the way, there was a bridge over a river called the Kephisos, where a particular ritual happened that might seem bizarre if you don't understand Greek religious humour, which was often crude in ways that modern religious sensibilities find shocking. As initiates crossed the bridge, people stationed there would shout obscene jokes and insults at them. This wasn't random harassment. It was ritual mockery, sacred profanity, part of the ceremony. The technical term for it was gephorismos, and it served several functions. It broke tension, prevented the proceedings from becoming too solemn and self-important, reminded everyone that the sacred and profane coexisted, maybe even invoked the bawdy humour that had been part of Demeter's myths in some versions, where she laughed at obscene jests during her mourning. The Greeks understood something about religious experience that often gets lost in more austere traditions, that laughter and reverence aren't opposites, that humour can be sacred, that taking yourself too seriously is its own kind of spiritual failure. The procession arrived at Eleusis after sunset, and here's where things started getting more mysterious. There were nighttime rituals by torchlight, dramatic reenactments of Demeter searching for Persephone using actual torches like the goddess had carried in the myth. There was fasting. Initiates went without food for a specific period, experiencing hunger as Demeter had experienced grief, preparing their bodies and minds for revelation through deprivation. There was the consumption of the kykeon, a ritual drink made from barley and mint and possibly other herbs whose exact recipe was another one of the mystery's secrets. Some modern scholars have theorized that the kykeon contained psychoactive substances, that the mysteries involved drug-induced visions, that what initiates experienced was essentially a controlled hallucinogenic trip disguised as religious revelation. This theory is controversial, not well supported by ancient evidence, and honestly kind of reductive. Ancient people were capable of profound spiritual experiences without pharmaceutical assistance, shocking as that may be to modern materialist thinking. But the fact that the theory exists tells you how desperate scholars are to explain what happened, to find some concrete mechanism for the transformation that initiates underwent. After the fasting and the kykeon and more preparatory rituals, initiates finally entered the telesterion. This was a massive covered hall, one of the largest roof structures in ancient Greece, capable of holding thousands of people. It was dark inside, no windows, illumination only from torches and lamps. It had stepped seating on all sides facing a central area where the Hierophant, the chief priest, performed the central rites. And this is where our knowledge stops, where the ancient sources fall silent, where the secret was actually kept. We know something was shown to the initiates. The Greek word for the highest grade of initiate was epoptes, which means one who has seen, not one who has learned, or one who has been told, or one who believes, but one who has seen. There was a visual revelation of some kind. Something was displayed, performed, revealed that couldn't be put into words or that words couldn't adequately convey. The Hierophant showed something, and whatever it was, it changed how initiates understood death and the afterlife. That much is clear from the testimony of people who were initiated. What was shown? That's the question that historians and archaeologists and religious scholars have been trying to answer for centuries without success, because every single initiate kept the secret. The penalties for revealing the mysteries were severe. Death, technically. Religious pollution. Social ostracism. But here's the interesting thing. We have almost no records of anyone actually being prosecuted for revealing the secrets. There are a couple of famous cases where people were accused of profaning the mysteries, most notably the scandal involving Alcibiades in Athens, where he and his friends were accused of performing a drunken parody of the rites at a private party, which was treated as one of the worst crimes imaginable. But these were cases of outsiders mocking the mysteries, not of initiates revealing what they'd experienced. The initiates themselves just didn't talk about it. The threat of death penalty wasn't what kept the secret. What kept the secret was that the experience was so profound, so personally transformative, that sharing it felt wrong, that reducing it to words felt like violation, that the mystery needed to remain mysterious to remain powerful. Think about what this means. We live in an age where secrets are essentially impossible to keep, where anything interesting that happens gets immediately posted online, where confidential information leaks constantly, where the idea of millions of people knowing something and none of them sharing it for 2,000 years seems literally impossible. But the Eleusinian mysteries prove it's not impossible. It just requires that the thing being kept secret has to matter more than the social currency gained by revealing it. It has to be something where sharing it would diminish it, would betray something essential, would violate a trust that you genuinely don't want to violate, because the experience itself means more to you than any benefit you'd gain from telling people about it. So what can we reconstruct about what happened in the Telesterion? We have hints, fragments, vague references in ancient literature from people writing about the mysteries without actually revealing them. We know there was something involving light and darkness. Sources mention the Hierophant appearing from darkness with a torch, or light suddenly flooding the hall after a period of total blackness. We know there was something involving grain, probably an ear of grain that was displayed, which makes symbolic sense given Demeter's role as goddess of agriculture, and the connection between buried seeds and resurrection. We know there were sacred objects shown, the hira that had been carried in procession, though what these objects actually were remains unknown. We know there were probably dramatic performances, ritual reenactments of the myth, priests and priestesses playing roles of various gods and goddesses, initiates experiencing the story rather than just hearing it. And we know, this is crucial, that initiates came out of the Telesterion changed. Ancient sources are consistent on this point. People who experienced the mysteries lost their fear of death. They gained confidence about the afterlife. They understood something about existence that non-initiates didn't understand. Cicero, the Roman orator and philosopher who was initiated, wrote that the mysteries showed him not only how to live but how to die. The mysteries didn't just promise a better afterlife the way some religions do, where you believe based on faith that good things await you after death. The mysteries showed you something that made you understand death differently, that transformed your relationship with mortality in ways that couldn't be undone. Various philosophers and writers who were initiated made cryptic references to what they'd experienced without actually revealing anything. They talked about knowing that death wasn't the end, that the soul continued, that there was blessing awaiting those who'd been initiated. They talked about understanding the cycle of life and death, about seeing the connection between the world above and the world below, about recognizing that Persephone's annual journey mirrored something essential about human existence. They used language of revelation, of sudden understanding, of seeing truth that had been hidden, but they never said what truth specifically, what they saw specifically, what the revelation actually contained. Modern scholars have developed various theories based on these fragments and hints. One theory suggests that the revelation involved displaying an ear of grain and explaining it as a symbol of death and resurrection. The seed that must be buried in darkness before it can grow, the plant that dies back before sprouting again, the harvest that comes from death of the seed. This theory has the advantage of being simple and directly connected to the agricultural symbolism that pervades the myth. It has the disadvantage of seeming too simple, too obvious. Would millions of people have kept that secret for 2 millennia? Would seeing a piece of grain change your understanding of death so profoundly? Maybe if the presentation was powerful enough, if the context made it meaningful enough, if the experience of initiation had prepared you to see profound truth in simple symbols. But it feels incomplete. Another theory suggests the revelation involved understanding that Persephone chose to eat the pomegranate seeds, that her return to the underworld wasn't punishment but duty, that she ruled there as genuine queen rather than prisoner. This theory reframes the entire myth, transforms it from a story about victimization into a story about accepting necessary roles, about finding power in darkness, about transformation through descent being voluntary rather than forced. If initiates were shown that Persephone went willingly to the underworld, that she embraced her role as queen of the dead, that her divided existence was chosen rather than imposed, that would change how you understood death. It would suggest that death might be transition into a role, into a realm where you have purpose and power, rather than just ending or punishment. That would be worth keeping secret, worth preserving as mystery, because reducing it to a simple statement, Persephone chose her fate, doesn't capture the emotional and spiritual weight of understanding that choice in the context of the full ritual experience. A third theory, more mystical and harder to evaluate, suggests that the revelation involved some kind of visionary experience, some altered state of consciousness, where initiates perceived the afterlife directly, saw the underworld, encountered Persephone and Demeter in some experiential rather than merely symbolic way. This theory aligns with the language ancient sources use about seeing rather than learning, about experiencing rather than being taught. It also aligns with the kykeon consumption, with the sensory deprivation of fasting and darkness, with the ritual preparations that might have induced altered consciousness. But it's hard to evaluate because we can't replicate the experience, can't know what initiates actually perceived, can't distinguish between genuine mystical vision and religiously interpreted psychological states. The truth is probably some combination of these theories, or something else entirely that we haven't thought of because we're missing crucial context that every ancient Greek would have had. The mysteries likely worked on multiple levels: simple agricultural symbolism for those who needed concrete images, deeper philosophical understanding for those capable of abstract thought, mystical experience for those predisposed to that kind of perception, emotional catharsis and transformation for everyone regardless of intellectual sophistication. Good ritual works on multiple levels simultaneously. It gives you something meaningful whether you're a philosopher analysing symbols or a farmer seeking reassurance about death or anyone in between. What we can say with certainty is that the mysteries fulfilled a deep psychological and spiritual need. Ancient Greeks lived close to death in ways modern Western people generally don't. Infant mortality was high. Disease was common. War was frequent. Life expectancy was short. Death wasn't abstract or distant, it was immediate, personal, present in daily life. Everyone had lost family members, friends, children. Everyone would die relatively young by modern standards, probably in pain, possibly suddenly. And the standard Greek religious view of the afterlife wasn't particularly comforting. Shades in the underworld were described as diminished, sad, barely conscious echoes of their living selves. Heroes might reach Elysium, but ordinary people just went to Asphodel Meadows, that grey nowhere we talked about earlier, where they'd exist in reduced form forever. Not terrible, but not exactly something to look forward to. The mysteries offered something better. Not heaven in the Christian sense, not eternal bliss or reunion with God or escape from the cycle of existence, but understanding, acceptance, recognition that death was natural, necessary, part of the same cycle that governed everything else, and some kind of promise, vague in our sources but apparently clear to initiates, that those who'd been initiated would fare better in the afterlife than those who hadn't. Not necessarily special treatment or special location, but some kind of blessing, some favour from Persephone in her role as Queen of the Dead, some understanding that would make the transition easier and the afterlife more bearable. This promise wasn't based on moral behaviour. The mysteries didn't require you to be good, to follow ethical commandments, to live virtuously. You just had to be initiated. You just had to experience the revelation, understand what was shown, carry that understanding with you into death. This bothered some later critics, particularly Christian writers who thought religion should be about moral improvement, and that promising afterlife benefits regardless of how you lived was basically giving people permission to be terrible. But the mysteries weren't concerned with creating better people. They were concerned with helping people understand death. Different purpose, different approach. The Greeks had plenty of other mechanisms for moral instruction. The mysteries were about facing mortality, not about becoming virtuous. The priesthood that administered the mysteries was hereditary, passing down through specific families in Eleusis across generations. The Hierophant, the chief priest who performed the central revelation, came from the Eumolpidae family, descendants of Eumolpos who in myth had been one of the first initiates. The Daduchos, the torchbearer, the second-ranking priest, came from the Chryx family. These positions were prestigious, powerful, and required maintaining the secrets absolutely. The Hierophant in particular was considered to be in direct spiritual lineage from Demeter herself, the original revealer of the mysteries. When he spoke during the ceremonies, he wasn't speaking as an individual human. He was speaking with the authority of the goddess, channeling divine truth, performing ritual actions that had been performed the same way for centuries. This conservatism, this insistence on maintaining traditions exactly as they'd been handed down, was typical of mystery cults but reached extreme levels at Eleusis. The rituals couldn't be changed. The words couldn't be altered. The objects used had to be the same objects or exact replicas of the original objects. If something in the ceremony was done wrong, if the proper forms weren't followed, the entire thing was considered invalid and might need to be repeated. This rigid adherence to tradition served several functions. It guaranteed continuity across centuries, ensured that what you experienced was essentially the same as what your ancestors had experienced, created a sense of connection to the deep past. It also made the priesthood essential, because they were the only ones who knew exactly how everything was supposed to be done, who could maintain the proper forms, who could prevent the degradation of the rituals over time. The mysteries continued through major changes in Greek political and social structures. They survived the transition from individual city-states to the Macedonian Empire under Alexander. They survived Roman conquest and incorporation into the Roman Empire. Roman emperors got initiated: Augustus, Hadrian, Marcus Aurelius. The Romans, despite being conquerors who typically imposed their own religious practices on conquered territories, respected the mysteries enough to maintain them, participate in them, protect them. This was partly because the Romans were syncretic about religion, comfortable incorporating foreign gods and practices into their own system. But it was also because the mysteries had such prestige, such established importance, that even Roman emperors didn't want to be seen as disrespecting them. The decline of the mysteries began with the rise of Christianity. Early Christians viewed the mysteries as pagan corruption, as false promises about the afterlife that competed with Christian teaching about resurrection and judgment. Christian writers attacked the mysteries without revealing what they contained. They couldn't reveal what they didn't know, since Christians generally didn't get initiated. But they condemned them anyway as demonic deception. As Christianity became more powerful, first as a tolerated religion, and then as the official religion of the Roman Empire, the pressure to shut down pagan practices increased. Temples were closed, sacrifices were forbidden, priests were persecuted. Traditional religious practices were gradually suppressed across the empire. The Eleusinian mysteries held on longer than most pagan practices because of their prestige and their deep cultural roots. Even Christian emperors hesitated to shut them down completely. But in 392 CE, Emperor Theodosius the Rod issued an edict banning all pagan religious practices throughout the empire. The mysteries were officially forbidden. The sanctuary at Eleusis was closed. The priesthood was dissolved. And sometime shortly after, the exact date is uncertain, the mysteries were celebrated for the last time. Nearly 2,000 years of continuous tradition ended. The initiates who'd experienced that final ceremony took the secrets with them to their graves, just as every generation of initiates had done before them. The Telesterion eventually collapsed, its roof falling in, its walls crumbling. The site at Eleusis became ruins. The knowledge of what exactly happened in those final moments of initiation was lost. Except here's the fascinating part. Even after Christianity had completely displaced paganism, even after the mysteries had been shut down for decades and then centuries, people still didn't reveal what they'd experienced. There were elderly people who'd been initiated as young adults before the ban, who lived long enough to see Christianity become the dominant and eventually only legal religion, who could have shared the secrets without any realistic fear of punishment since the pagan religious structure that might have punished them no longer existed. They could have told Christian historians, could have written accounts, could have explained what the revelation was. They didn't. They maintained the secret even in the face of cultural erasure, even knowing that the tradition would die with them, even when revealing might have helped preserve some memory of what the mysteries meant. The promise they'd made, or more accurately the internal sense that the mystery should remain mysterious, held even after the institution that created the mystery had been destroyed. This tells us something important about the nature of the secret. It wasn't information that could be simply transmitted. It wasn't a teaching or a doctrine or a set of beliefs that could be written down. It was experiential knowledge, understanding that came from going through the ritual, from being in that space with thousands of other initiates, from the preparation and the journey and the fasting and the kaikion and the darkness and the sudden revelation of whatever was shown. The experience created the transformation. The knowledge was inseparable from the process of gaining it. You couldn't just tell someone, here's what the mysteries revealed, because that statement, stripped of context and experience, wouldn't mean what it meant to someone who'd been initiated. It would just be words. The power was in the ritual, in the collective experience, in the psychological and spiritual preparation that made you ready to understand what was shown. Modern attempts to recreate the mysteries have failed, predictably, because we don't know what we're recreating. There have been various New Age and neo-pagan revivals that claim to be restoring the Eleusinian tradition, but they're necessarily making it up based on fragments and guesses and modern spiritual preferences, rather than on actual knowledge of ancient practice. Some of these modern versions are probably beautiful and meaningful in their own right, but they're not the Eleusinian mysteries. They're modern inventions inspired by ancient mysteries, which is a different thing entirely. The original's gone. The secret died with the last initiates. We can study the myths, analyze the fragments, theorize about the rituals, but we cannot know what they knew. And maybe that's appropriate. Maybe the mysteries are more powerful as mystery than they would be as explained, documented, fully understood religious practice. Maybe not knowing forces us to think harder about what kind of revelation could inspire that level of commitment, could change people's relationship with death so profoundly, could remain secret for 2 millennia. Maybe the questions the mysteries raise are more valuable than any answer we could reconstruct. What could change your understanding of death? What would you promise never to reveal even under threat of death? What kind of spiritual experience would be so powerful that words couldn't capture it? These are interesting questions to sit with, more interesting perhaps than any specific historical details about ancient ritual practice. The myth of Persephone worked on multiple levels for Greeks. It explained seasons. It structured agricultural calendar. It gave meaning to the cycle of life and death. But at the deepest level, accessed through the mysteries, it promised that death wasn't the end. That descent into darkness could be survived. That transformation was possible even through trauma. That the maiden could become the queen, that Kor could become Persephone, that you could go to the underworld and return changed but still yourself. The mysteries made this promise concrete, experiential, certain rather than hoped for. They showed you something, we don't know what, that made you understand death differently, that gave you confidence about what came after, that transformed fear into acceptance or understanding, or even something approaching anticipation. Every culture has had to deal with the problem of death, had to find ways to help people face mortality without succumbing to paralyzing fear. Different cultures have solved this problem differently. Promises of heaven, theories of reincarnation, philosophies of accepting impermanence, rituals that honor the dead and maintain connection with them. The Greek solution, at least for those who participated in the mysteries, was revelation, showing rather than telling, experience rather than doctrine, transformation through ritual rather than salvation through belief. And it worked, evidently, for hundreds of thousands of people across 2,000 years. It worked well enough that people maintained secrets under circumstances where secrets are nearly impossible to maintain. It worked well enough that even the end of the tradition didn't prompt revelation, that initiates carried their knowledge into death rather than share it. The Eleusinian mysteries represent something that modern Western culture has largely lost. The sense that some knowledge is sacred, that some experiences are diminished by explanation, that some secrets should remain secret not because they're shameful or dangerous, but because their power depends on their mystery. We live in an age that values transparency, that assumes all knowledge should be accessible to everyone, that treats secrets as inherently suspicious. The idea that you might know something profound and choose not to share it, not because you're hiding it, but because sharing would violate something essential about the knowledge itself. This idea is increasingly foreign to us. But the mysteries prove it's possible. They prove that humans can maintain sacred secrets if those secrets matter enough, if the experience they protect is valuable enough, if the mystery serves a purpose that explanation would destroy. So what was revealed in the Telesterion? What did initiates see that changed their understanding of death? What secret was kept for 2,000 years and died with the last generation of initiates in the early 5th century CE? We don't know. We can't know. The mystery remains mysterious. And perhaps that's exactly how it should be. Perhaps the lesson of the Eleusinian mysteries isn't about what was revealed, but about the fact that revelation happened, that transformation was possible, that humans facing mortality could find comfort and understanding through ritual participation in the myth of a goddess who died and died and lived again in an eternal cycle that promised continuation beyond apparent endings. The ancient Greeks understood something that we're still figuring out, that some truths can't be taught, only experienced, that some knowledge resists translation into language, that the most profound transformations happen not through explanation, but through carefully structured experiences that prepare you to understand something that words alone could never convey. The mysteries were the ultimate expression of this understanding. They took Persephone's myth, which already worked on multiple levels, and made it something you didn't just hear about but participated in, moved through, experienced in your body and emotions and whatever part of you perceives meaning beyond rational thought. And every autumn, when the mysteries were celebrated, when thousands of people walked the sacred way from Athens to Eleusis, when they gathered in darkness in the Telesterion and witnessed whatever was shown, when they emerged transformed and returned to their daily lives carrying a secret they'd maintain until death. Every autumn they were living the myth. They were descending with Persephone. They were searching with Demeter. They were dying and being reborn, being buried in darkness and emerging into light, participating in the cycle that governed everything. They were becoming initiates, which literally means beginning. They were beginning a new understanding of existence, starting a new relationship with death, transforming from people who feared mortality into people who understood it as necessary transition. The mysteries promised that if you were initiated, if you understood what was shown, if you carried that understanding with you into death, you'd be blessed in the afterlife. Not saved in the Christian sense. Not reincarnated in the Buddhist sense. Not achieving enlightenment or union with God or any specific doctrinal outcome. Just blessed. Favoured. Treated well by Persephone in her role as Queen of the Underworld. Given some advantage, some understanding, some comfort that non-initiates wouldn't have. The specifics were vague even in ancient sources, but the promise was clear enough and apparently convincing enough that people sought initiation, paid for it, travelled for it, kept its secrets absolutely. For nearly 2,000 years, the Eleusinian mysteries gave Greeks and later Romans a way to face death without despair. They gave cultural validation to the natural human hope that death isn't the end, that something continues, that the transition into whatever comes next might not be as terrible as we fear. They made Persephone's myth personal and immediate, transformed it from cultural narrative into individual spiritual experience. They proved that seasonal cycles of death and rebirth weren't just botanical phenomena, but patterns that included humans, that applied to consciousness itself, that meant your own death would be followed by some kind of continuation, even if you didn't understand exactly what kind. And now they're gone. The tradition ended. The sanctuary is ruins. The priests are dead 15 centuries. The initiates are all dead. The secrets died with them. We have the myth still. We have Persephone's story, Demeter's grief, the explanation for seasons, the cultural framework that made the mysteries meaningful. But we don't have the experiential core, the revelation that transformed understanding, the mystery itself. We have everything except the most important part, which means we have questions without answers, hints without resolution, evidence of transformation without knowing what transformed people. Maybe that's the final mystery of the mysteries, not what they revealed, but why revelation mattered so much that people protected it absolutely, even when protecting it served no personal benefit. Why people chose silence over explanation, mystery over clarity, sacred secret over the social currency of sharing interesting information. What made the experience so powerful that words seemed inadequate, that sharing seemed like violation, that carrying the secret to death seemed preferable to diminishing it through revelation? These are unanswerable questions now. The people who could answer them are long dead. The tradition that created the answers is extinct. We're left with evidence that something profound happened, that lives were changed, that death became less frightening, that transformation was real, but not with the specifics of how any of that actually worked. So we come back to where we started, with the most impressive act of collective secret-keeping in human history. With hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people initiated over nearly 2 millennia, living across centuries of profound cultural change, experiencing dramatic shifts in political structure and religious dominance, facing the complete collapse of the tradition that initiated them, and still maintaining absolute silence about the central revelation of the mysteries. We live in an age where maintaining any secret seems impossible, where where anything interesting gets immediately shared, where confidential information leaks constantly despite legal consequences and professional ethics. The idea of millions of people maintaining a secret for 2,000 years, protecting it even after the institution that created it was destroyed, carrying it to their graves rather than share it. This seems literally impossible by modern standards. But it happened. The Eleusinian mysteries prove it happened. Which means it's possible for humans to keep sacred secrets if the sacredness matters more than the satisfaction of sharing. It's possible for knowledge to remain protected across generations if that knowledge is truly precious to those who hold it. It's possible for mystery to persist despite every pressure toward explanation and transparency, and making everything accessible to everyone. The mysteries prove all of this. They prove that humans can protect what they find sacred. They prove that some experiences resist explanation. They prove that transformation can happen through ritual, that revelation can change how you understand fundamental aspects of existence like death, that walking the sacred way and entering the telesterion and witnessing whatever was shown there could give you confidence about the afterlife that you'd maintain for the rest of your life. The ancient Greeks built their civilization around a myth of a goddess who descended into darkness and emerged transformed. They celebrated this myth in public festivals, agricultural practices, cultural narratives that everyone knew. But they also celebrated it in secret, in the mysteries, in ways that we can study but not replicate, understand historically but not experience, admire from distance but never fully comprehend. And that gap between what we can know about the mysteries and what the mysteries actually meant to those who experienced them, that gap is the mystery that remains. Not what was revealed in the telesterion, though that's endlessly fascinating to speculate about, but what kind of human experience creates such absolute commitment that hundreds of thousands of people across 2 millennia maintain silence about it? What transformation is so profound that words seem inadequate? What understanding is so precious that sharing it feels like betrayal? These questions don't have answers now. The people who could have answered them chose not to, chose silence, chose to let the mystery die rather than diminish it through revelation. And in choosing that silence, they've given us something valuable even if it's not what they intended to give. They've given us proof that sacred secrets are possible, that collective commitment to mystery can persist across centuries, that some experiences are more powerful than explanation, that humans facing death can find transformation through ritual participation in myths about goddesses who bridge the worlds of the living and the dead. That's what we know about the Eleusinian mysteries. That, and the fact that whatever happened in that darkened hall at Eleusis changed people profoundly enough that they carried the secret of it to their graves, maintaining a mystery that began with Persephone's descent and ended when the last initiate died without revealing what they'd been shown. The mysteries are gone. The tradition is dead. The revelation is lost. But the myth that sustained them, the story of Persephone, of Demeter, of descent and return, of transformation through darkness, of the eternal cycle of death and rebirth, that myth survives. That myth continues. That myth is what we're telling here, thousands of years after the last celebration of the mysteries that made it personal and experiential for hundreds of thousands of ancient initiates. The myth survives because it contains truth that transcends any specific ritual expression of it. The cycle continues whether we celebrate it or not. Winter comes. Spring returns. The world dies and lives again. And Persephone still moves between realms, still rules the dead, still brings spring, still embodies the transformation that requires descent, still proves that darkness isn't ending but transition, still guarantees that what goes down will eventually come back up changed, but recognizably itself. That's what the mysteries taught, in whatever specific way they taught it. That's what initiates understood when they emerged from the telesterion. That's what gave them confidence about death and comfort about the afterlife and transformation of their relationship with mortality. They understood the cycle. They participated in it ritually. They became part of it experientially. They knew, not as intellectual concept but as felt reality, that Persephone's annual descent and return was the pattern that included everything, including their own deaths. They'd walked her path. They'd experienced her transformation. They'd seen whatever was shown, and it changed them. We can't recreate that transformation. We can't recover that revelation. But we can tell the story that made it meaningful. We can explore the myth that structured it. We can understand, at least intellectually if not experientially, why this particular goddess and her particular story became the center of the most important mystery cult in ancient Greece. We can see how Persephone's transformation from core to Queen of the Underworld provided a template for human transformation, how her divided existence between realms promised that humans could also bridge categories, how her survival of descent guaranteed that descent could be survived. We can appreciate why Greeks built their religious mysteries around this myth, rather than around any of the hundreds of other myths they had available, and we can sit with the mystery itself, not the lost specifics of what happened in the Telesterion, but the larger mystery of why death frightens us, why we need stories and rituals to help us face it, why transformation through darkness feels both terrifying and necessary, why descent and return works as a pattern for understanding so many aspects of existence. These mysteries, the fundamental questions about life and death and meaning and transformation, these don't require initiation in ancient rites. They're available to everyone who thinks about them, who sits with them, who lets them complicate simple narratives about existence. The Eleusinian mysteries are gone, but the mystery continues. The questions they addressed remain urgent. The fears they helped people face are still universal. The transformation they promised is still what humans seek when confronting mortality. We can't walk the sacred way from Athens to Eleusis anymore. We can't enter the Telesterion. We can't witness the revelation. But we can engage with the myth that made those things meaningful. We can let Persephone's story work on us the way it worked on ancient Greeks. We can understand that transformation requires descent, that growth requires darkness, that becoming who you're meant to be often involves going to hell first, metaphorically or literally, depending on circumstances. That's what survives. That's what we still have. The myth, the pattern, the truth that Persephone embodies, and that the mysteries made experiential for hundreds of thousands of initiates who are now all dead, but whose choice to maintain silence about what they experienced tells us that what they experienced mattered, was precious, was worth protecting even at the cost of letting it die with them, rather than diminish it through explanation. That choice, to preserve mystery rather than destroy it through revelation, is its own kind of teaching, its own kind of initiation into understanding that not everything needs to be explained, that some knowledge is too precious for words, that transformation through ritual experience can matter more than information transmitted through language. The ancient Greeks knew how to keep a secret. For 2,000 years, across hundreds of thousands if not millions of initiates, through cultural changes and political upheavals and the complete replacement of their religious system with Christianity, they kept the secret. They maintained the mystery. They proved it was possible for humans to protect what they found sacred, and in doing so, they've given us a mystery that can never be solved, questions that can never be answered, evidence of transformation without the mechanism of transformation, proof that revelation happened without any specifics of what was revealed. That's the Eleusinian mysteries. That's the secret that was kept for 1,000 years, actually closer to 2,000, but who's counting at that scale? That's what happened when Greeks took the myth of Persephone and made it something you didn't just hear about but participated in, experienced, carried with you forever. And that's all we know, and all we'll ever know, because the last initiates died 15 centuries ago without revealing anything, maintaining to the end the silence that hundreds of generations of initiates had maintained before them. The mystery remains mysterious, just as perhaps it should, just as maybe the last initiates intended when they chose silence over revelation, understanding that some secrets are more valuable as secrets than as shared information, that some mysteries work better when they stay mysterious, that Persephone's story of transformation through descent into darkness loses something essential if you explain it too completely, make it too clear, reduce it to words when it should remain experience, should stay mystery, should continue being what it always was, a secret kept, a revelation withheld, a transformation witnessed by hundreds of thousands who all agreed, across 20 centuries, that words couldn't capture it, and silence was better than an adequate explanation. The Eleusinian mysteries might have ended 15 centuries ago, but Persephone's story didn't die with them. It couldn't, really, because the myth was woven too deeply into too many aspects of Greek life, Greek culture, Greek understanding of existence itself. And myths that answer fundamental questions about life and death don't just disappear when the religious institutions that celebrated them collapse. They transform. They adapt. They find new expressions in new contexts. They become literature instead of liturgy, psychology instead of theology, cultural reference points instead of religious certainty. Persephone made this transition remarkably well, probably because her story is archetypal enough to transcend any specific religious framework, while remaining concrete enough to stay emotionally resonant across vastly different cultural contexts. Let's start with how the myth influenced ancient Greek practices around death and burial, because this is where the rubber met the road, where abstract mythological concepts became concrete actions that affected how every Greek approached the end of life. The Greeks didn't just tell stories about Persephone ruling the underworld, they structured their entire approach to death around the understanding that she was there, that she had power over the dead, that how you treated the deceased and how you prepared them for their journey to her realm mattered enormously. Death wasn't just a biological event. It was a transition from one realm to another, from the world of the living under Demeter's blessing to the world of the dead under Persephone's rule. And that transition required proper procedures, proper rituals, proper respect for the goddesses who governed both sides of existence. Greek burial practices were elaborate, specific, and absolutely essential. You couldn't just die and have your body disposed of however was convenient, though presumably if you were dead you weren't in much position to complain about convenience. The living had responsibilities toward the dead, obligations that had to be fulfilled or the consequences would be cosmically bad for everyone involved. The process began immediately after death with ritual washing of the body, performed by family members, usually women. This wasn't just hygiene, though ancient corpses definitely needed washing. This was pre-embalming civilization, and bodies started deteriorating quickly in Mediterranean heat. The washing was purification, preparation for the deceased's journey to the underworld, making them presentable for their audience with Persephone, who presumably had standards about what condition souls should arrive in. After washing, the body was dressed in clean clothing, often white garments that symbolized purity and transition. A coin was placed in the mouth. This was the famous obol for Charon, payment for the ferryman who transported souls across the river Styx. Without this coin, the deceased would be stuck on the riverbank for 100 years before Charon would even consider giving them free passage, which was apparently the ancient Greek equivalent of budget travel penalties. The coin was almost always included in burial preparations because nobody wanted their loved ones stuck in transit for a century due to inadequate financial planning. Some wealthier families placed gold leaves or tablets inscribed with instructions for the afterlife journey in the grave, essentially providing their deceased relatives with ancient GPS for navigating the underworld. These instructions often invoked Persephone by name, asking for her favour, requesting that she receive the soul kindly, appealing to her mercy as Queen of the Dead. The body would then be laid out for viewing, the prothesis, which lasted a day or two and involved specific mourning rituals. Women, particularly female relatives, were responsible for the emotional expression of grief. They would wail, tear their clothing, beat their breasts, pull their hair, all very dramatic displays that modern Western culture would find excessive, but which Greeks considered appropriate and necessary responses to death. The louder and more dramatic the mourning, the more respect was being shown to the deceased. There were even professional mourners you could hire if your family wasn't dramatic enough on their own, women who specialized in the performance of grief and could deliver properly intense wailing for a fee. This wasn't considered inauthentic. It was understood that death required ritual expression, and if you needed help achieving the appropriate level of lamentation, hiring specialists was perfectly acceptable. The funeral procession, the ekphora, happened before dawn, which seems needlessly inconvenient until you remember that Mediterranean climates plus decomposing bodies equals urgency in disposal timing. The body was carried to the burial site or cremation location, accompanied by mourners, musicians playing dirges, and more ritualized expressions of grief. Some city-states had laws limiting the extravagance of funeral displays because apparently Greeks could get competitive about funeral impressiveness, which is very on-brand for a culture that turned everything into an opportunity for status competition. You couldn't just honour your dead, you had to honour them more impressively than your neighbour honoured their dead, with larger processions, louder mourning, more expensive grave goods. Legislating funeral modesty was the ancient equivalent of sumptuary laws, trying to prevent families from bankrupting themselves, trying to throw the most memorable funeral. Burial practices varied by region and time period. Some Greeks practiced inhumation, burying the body in the ground, either in simple graves or elaborate tombs depending on wealth and status. Others practiced cremation, burning the body on a pyre and then collecting the ashes for burial in urns. Both methods were considered acceptable. Both fulfilled the ritual requirements. What mattered wasn't the specific method of disposal, but that the proper ceremonies were performed, the proper offerings were made, the proper prayers were said. The deceased needed to be sent off correctly so they'd arrive in the underworld in good standing, ready to face judgment and assignment to their appropriate location in Persephone's realm. And here's where Persephone's role became crucial. She wasn't just the queen who ruled the underworld in general terms, she was actively involved in the fate of souls arriving there. Along with Hades and sometimes other deities or heroes who served as judges, Persephone evaluated the dead, determined where they should go, assigned them to Elysium or Asphodel or Tartarus depending on their lives and their relationship with the gods. Having Persephone's favour mattered enormously. If she looked kindly on you, your afterlife would be considerably more pleasant. If she didn't, well, the underworld was a big place with varying quality of accommodation, so to speak, and you wanted to end up in the better neighbourhoods. This is why so many burial practices involved appeals to Persephone specifically. Grave offerings often included pomegranates, the fruit that bound her to the underworld, the symbol of her divided existence, the reminder that she understood transformation through death because she'd experienced it herself. Families would pour libations of wine or milk or honey on graves, offerings meant to nourish the dead but also to honour Persephone and Demeter and request their continued favour. Narcissus flowers, despite their association with Persephone's abduction, were sometimes planted on graves, marking the spot as a liminal space where the boundary between worlds was thin, where the goddess who bridged those worlds might pay attention. The timing of funerals and memorial rituals often aligned with festivals honouring Demeter and Persephone. Greeks believed that during these festivals, when the goddesses were being honoured and celebrated, they'd be more likely to look favourably on requests and more generous with their blessings. You wanted to die, or more accurately, you wanted your funeral to happen during a time when Persephone was in a good mood, when she was feeling generous, when she'd be inclined to receive your soul kindly. The annual cycle of her descent and return created a ritual calendar that governed not just agricultural activities, but also how communities approached death and mourning. When Persephone was on the surface during spring and summer, death seemed less ominous. She wasn't in the underworld to receive you, but she'd be back eventually. When she descended in autumn, when she was actively present in her role as Queen of the Dead, dying during this period meant you'd arrive when she was there, ready to judge you, which could be either reassuring or terrifying depending on how confident you were about deserving her favour. The myth also influenced Greek ideas about what the afterlife actually consisted of. The underworld wasn't geographically mapped in any literal sense. Greeks weren't trying to dig down far enough to reach it, weren't looking for cave systems that might lead there. It existed in mythological space rather than physical space, accessible through death rather than through travel. But the descriptions of it were concrete enough to affect how people imagined their own deaths. The rivers that had to be crossed, Styx, Acheron, Lethe with its waters that made you forget your living life, the judges who evaluated souls, the different regions where different types of dead entity